Hello, welcome to the City Council's August 31st regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with the City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. My name is Drew Combs, Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I'd like to now introduce staff and the rest of the City Council that's present. Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, Council members Ray Mueller, Cecilia Taylor, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Clerk Nira Doherty, and City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. With that, we'll move on to agenda item C, agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda items? So there's some that I will announce, but I'll go to the council first. Council member Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I would like to pull item G1, and that's only because I wasn't here for one of the meetings. Just to bifurcate the vote on that if possible, and then also G2.
Okay, so those items won't be voted on as part of the consent calendar. So G3, G4, and G5 currently will remain on the consent calendar. Are there any other items that people would like to change or pull? Okay, and then additionally, I want to make the announcement that I'll be moving item I1, adopt resolution number 6659, establishing the Independent Redistricting Commission to follow the study session based on a level of community interest. And then following the agenda item about redistricting, we'll move on to H2, which is considered an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of use permit for the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption at 710 Willow Road. So those items will be followed by the item H1, the appeal on the appeal on the Menlo Uptown project. So, all right. Okay, with that, I will turn it back over to City Clerk Herron to give us instructions on how the meeting will proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to August 31st, regular Menlo Park City Council meeting. At this time, we ask the members of the City Council to remain on screen for the duration of this meeting, engaging your own webcams and microphones. Staff and applicants, as well as appellants, will engage their webcams and microphone when making presentations to City Council or responding to City Council questions. For members of the public who wish to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for public comment on that agenda item, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. Lastly, I would like to mention that we had just begun a special recruitment for our Library Commission and our Finance and Audit Committee. So for anyone who is interested in joining the Menlo Park team on one of those commissions, please feel free to reach out to the City Clerk's office. You can also check our website at menlopark.org/commissions. And that does conclude my introductions at this time. Thank you, Mayor Combs.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. With that, we'll move on to agenda item D, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name, your address, or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. And I'll just add as a disclaimer or note before the City Clerk officially calls for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the City Council on Climate Action Plan number 1 study session. Please hold your comments until I call for public comment on the item following the presentation from city staff and the environmental quality commissioners. I promise you it is coming up very soon, but we're going to call for general public comment now. We're going to do a proclamation, and then we'll get right into the study session item. With that, I'll turn it over to City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our general public comment, so for items not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Michael Demas. Michael, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council for general public comment. Okay, Michael, I will return to you. Our next public speaker will be Orville.
I'd like to address the council on one issue, and that is the meeting time. I don't know whose idea it was to schedule a meeting such as this at 5 o'clock when most people are probably just getting off work. But 6 p.m. would be more appropriate and probably more convenient for city residents than 5 p.m. So I hope the council reconsiders that time, because after all, I believe it's our meeting. And if we can't attend because we're at work and someone schedules it during normal business hours, I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So I'm going to be returning to Michael Demas. Michael, are you able to engage your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Is this the time to comment on the gas ban, or is that still on the agenda?
Yes, that will be agendized later in the meeting. Actually, it's coming up very soon. We do have one proclamation, and then we'll be starting that study session. And when the mayor calls for public comment on that item, go ahead and engage that hand feature again, and we can call on you for your comment then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this will be the final call for public comment on item D, which is general public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And I just want to sort of generally respond to the one public comment about the meeting time. Your response is duly noted. I will just state it is not uncommon, and actually it's the norm that these meetings go 5 to 6 hours in total to cover all the agenda items. And so we have, for some months now scheduled them a little earlier in the day, which means that we're not ending so late, and we're actually ending before it's a new day. And so that's that's what we have been trying to address with starting the meeting time earlier. But again, just to say, your point is duly noted, that it is an early start time and not that convenient for people who are working. With that, I'll go back to the city clerk to call for public comment on item E1. And again, E1 is the proclamation. And so if you'd like to make a public comment on the proclamation, then you can respond to the city clerk's call for public comment. And Raina Lehman, who was receiving the proclamation, will be speaking after I finish reading it.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if anyone wishes to speak on item E1, proclamation recognizing Raina Lehman, Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And Rena, I do see your hand up. I will go ahead and promote you, and then following the mayor reading the proclamation, we'll ask you to engage that webcam and microphone and accept virtually. Thank you. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may proceed.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah,
did you
thank
want
you.
to say?
I did. I just wanted to note that I'm getting contacted by people that the meeting is not yet being shown on television this evening. And as we are honoring Rena, if there is someone who has an operational control somewhere to broadcast the meeting, that'd be great. But this is, to those who are concerned about this, the meeting is being recorded and would be able to be seen at a later time as well.
Great, thanks for that, Councilmember Mueller. With that, I will read the proclamation for Rena Lehman. Whereas Rena Lehman came to Menlo Park, California in 1970, and in 1974, she joined Painters Local 1146 in Redwood City. And whereas Rena became the first female apprentice Painters District Council 33, graduated top of the class in 1978 and turned out as a journeyperson, union painter, and decorator. And whereas serving as delegate to the San Mateo Building Trades Council, Rena was elected trustee and ultimately president of Painters Local 1146, a position she held for 9 years. And whereas Rena went on to recruit women and minorities for the road building trades with the Bay Area Construction Opportunity Program. And whereas on April 26, 1982, Rena was selected as the first San Mateo Central Labor Council Community Service Director and Labor Liaison to United Way Bay Area in San Mateo County. And whereas Rena provided service and assistance to union members and families facing hard times, represented labor on numerous boards, commissions, work groups, initiatives, created workforce policy, implemented programs, conducted workshops and training courses. And whereas Rena led a program focused on individual and community impact, creating and supporting programs and policies that reduce poverty, enhance self-sufficiency, expand workforce training, expand access to affordable health care, child care and early childhood education, promote and protect workers' rights, workplace health and safety. And whereas Rena has responded to natural disasters, recessions, depressions, strikes, plant closures, layoffs, and most recently a pandemic. And whereas in every interaction, Rena demonstrated a passion for justice and has built strong relationships with Labor Council affiliates, local labor institutions, local nonprofit community partners, education partners, and local government. And whereas for the past 20 years, Rena has been a workshop coordinator, a presenter, a moderator, and a participant at most California Labor Federation, WD Building Workforce Partnership conferences, and an expert presenter on labor role in workforce development. And whereas Rena has been a member of Office and Professional Employees Local 3 and 29 for 39 years, and a member of the Painters Local 1146 and 15 for 17 years. And whereas Rena has always considered workforce the pivotal issue that remains a tireless champion of workers. A good job with good pay, good benefits, upward mobility, and training is the underpinning of all social and economic justice. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, thank Rena Lehman for all her hard work in the community and wish her the very best in her retirement. So congratulations, Rena. And with that, we'd love for you to share a few words.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm honored. And the first thing I'd like to say is I didn't do all of that all by myself. I did not do that alone. I'm honored by your recognition of my work. Yes, I am a strong believer in social and economic justice and doing the work necessary to achieve it. I hope I've made a difference and lifted workers up in all the many ways. Thank you, Council Member Mueller, for helping load boxes into the trunks of hundreds of COVID unemployed union members and others in the community. Thanks also for naming me your hometown hero. I'm proud of my hometown, and I'm proud to be one of many heroes that are here right now. It's been a long non-traditional and somewhat unexpected career for me that has ultimately made perfect sense. It has given me the opportunity to help people, to help our communities, to create policies that will have long-standing impacts on our workforce. So thanks to each one of you for the work that you do, and a big thank you for recognizing the work that I have done for these long, many decades. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's an honor for us to be able to honor you, and people like you are what makes this community, Menlo Park, special. And I'll just say that sort of non-traditional and unexpected careers are usually the funnest and most impactful. So so definitely congratulations on a great year, and definitely a retirement that is well deserved. Oh, Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to just real quickly personally thank Raina. The impact that you've made during the pandemic, it really can't be described. I mean, when you're out and you're on the line and you see miles of cars with no end for hours, and you've organized this giant group of people and on all of the food to deliver to these families what it meant to them throughout the pandemic, not just food for their families, but hope. The joy that was shared amongst everybody, it's just a huge impact. And I saw all of that taking place, and in interacting with you and things like the minimum wage in Menlo Park and other things, you've always been a fierce advocate. But then I look and I learn about the history of how many years and the things you've done, and you've truly enriched the lives of the people of this city and this county. So congratulations to you, and congratulations to Bill. One of my favorite things when I go on my walks in the evening is to run across you both. And you're always talking about something you always have your questions for me, and you're engaged in a conversation about how to make the world a better place. And so I can't express enough gratitude to you this evening, and I'm so grateful to the mayor for honoring you this evening. So thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. And I think a good tone to start off tonight's meeting. Hopefully we can keep it going. Again, thank you, Rena, for all your work. With that, we'll move into the study session portion of the evening. And so there's a few things I need to read here, and so but then we are getting into the cap portion of the meeting. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. With that, we'll go into the study session item F1, receive Environmental Quality Commission's recommendation to electrify 95% of existing buildings in Menlo Park and provide direction on next steps. Tonight's study session on building electrification is the City Council's first opportunity to receive reports prepared by technical consultants in coordination with city staff that analyze the climate action plan goal to electrify 95% of existing building in Menlo Park by 2030. No policy decisions will be voted on or enacted this evening. City Council has received dozens of comments on this agenda item, and it is my hope that City Council will provide direction to city staff on next steps to focus efforts and the use of limited staff and consultant resources. I want to highlight our volunteer Environmental Quality Commission members who have worked tirelessly to advance this issue. When City Council made building electrification a priority, we specifically directed city staff to prepare the reports in the agenda packet for this evening, and city staff have not completed its professional analysis pending City Council's discussion and direction this evening. For process this evening, I will ask Ms. Lucky, our Sustainability Manager, to provide a summary presentation of the information included in the agenda packet. I will then invite Environmental Quality Commission member Josie Gaylord to present the EQC's recommendations. After presentations, members of the public are invited to speak up to 2 minutes. The City Council will then interact with EQC members, city staff, and technical consultants on policy considerations before the City Council this evening. With direction from City Council, the EQC and staff will begin their work to fulfill the City Council's direction and return to City Council later this fall with additional information and analysis. With that, I would now like to introduce Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky to provide her presentation.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. And you can see my presentation?
Yes, thank you, Rebecca.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council members, and members of the public. I'm Rebecca Lucky, the Sustainability Manager for the city, and I'm very pleased tonight to present some of the work we've been doing and analysis we've been doing around electrifying 95% of existing buildings in Menlo Park by 2030. So this is one of 6 climate action plan goals the city has to reach carbon neutrality by 2030 to address the intensity and urgency of climate change. And so as the mayor mentioned, my presentation is going to be pretty brief, but for members of the public who are interested in learning more, the staff report and the attachments included do have significant analysis that include cost and policy options. So you're welcome to dive deeper as we discuss this tonight. And I am one presenter tonight. We do have the Environmental Quality Commission, some commissioners here present to walk through some of the recommendations that they've been working on and looking at some of the staff and consultant work in this area. So the goal for the study session tonight is to provide direction for the City Council to provide direction to the Environmental Quality Commission and city staff on any additional analysis, education, community engagement, and or desired timelines to meet the goals of this project. And the Environmental Quality Commission, as I've mentioned, they've been working very hard over the last couple of years on this topic, and they've been reviewing the analysis that staff and consultants have put together, and they've have recommendations for the City Council to consider. So I'm going to briefly go over those, but again, the commissioners are here tonight to walk through those recommendations. So the first is to adopt an ordinance to prohibit the installation of new gas equipment in buildings throughout the city, and also to protect low-income residents by providing direct funding and considering rental protections, and reducing the hassle factor to electrify through education, personalized consultation services, providing free electrification plans, and streamlining the permitting process. And lastly, to develop a long-term plan and roadmap to phase out natural gas in the community. So as the mayor mentioned, and just to reiterate, that no policy change will result from the direction received this evening without extensive outreach and applicable public hearings. So this is really the beginning of the conversation. And so how did we get here? As I mentioned, this is one of 6 climate action plan goals to convert 95% of existing buildings to electric by 2030, and that includes residential and commercial buildings. So this was identified as a top priority by the City Council to meet its carbon neutral goal. And this is largely because the electricity provided to Menlo Park businesses and residents is greenhouse gas free or fossil fuel free, as many of our residents and businesses are subscribed to Peninsula Clean Energy. And Menlo Park has taken some leadership role in this to adopt new construction requirements in 2020. And so all new construction in Menlo Park will be electric in 2020. So excuse me just for a second. I've got a quick knock on the door. Sorry about that. Okay, so I left off where, so Menlo Park adopted electric requirements for new construction in 2020. So that really leaves existing buildings as a main contributor to emissions in the community. And so this donut chart on the right shows building energy use at 41% for existing buildings and natural gas. And then the next larger portion is transportation at 48%. So council did give further direction in April of this year. And so the request was to prepare a cost effectiveness analysis and policy and program pathways to present to city council. And this really kicked off in January. So the city was able to utilize technical assistance provided by Peninsula Clean Energy. They've got energy consultants, TRC. So I do have Farhad Faramand from TRC and Blake Hirschcraft from DNV to present some of the analysis the analysis that they've done for the city on this front. And then we also brought on a retired attenuant, Ron LaFrance, who has worked for the city for more than 20 years to really help hone in some of the policy options that could be reviewed further as far as permitting requirements. So a lot of expertise on this team to look at possible options and also a cost effectiveness study. And then the council did request feedback from the Environmental Quality Commission. And so a draft study and policy and program pathway was presented to the EQC in July. And staff did review that concurrently with the EQC and received feedback, really great feedback from the Environmental Quality Commission. And so it resulted in some updates to the study, such as updated escalation rates for energy pricing. And the EQC did finalize their recommendation to the City Council in August. So a staff recommendation assessment on possible pathways is really deferred until after the City Council study session. So we wanted to review and get feedback on the cost effectiveness analysis. So the results of the cost effectiveness analysis, and I do want to say up front that the methodology used is recognized by the California Energy Commission and energy providers in California. It's a pretty conventional approach to analyzing the impacts of measures taken at a local level in regards to electrification, also energy efficiency as well. And so the result from the cost effectiveness analysis was that there will be short-term bill increases, but there are long-term bill savings for residential customers. And the staff report and attached documentation kind of talks through a lot of those increases and how they look for water heating versus space heating equipment. And there are other ways to also look at cost effectiveness. There's time-dependent value. It includes some social costs to saving from not having to increase, utility infrastructure, or really maximizing on the solar production that the state produces. And in those terms, there is cost effectiveness. So there's definitely the individual impacts, but also the kind of societal impacts as well to consider. And I think it's important to also mention, because the state is producing cleaner and more renewable energy, it's still very important to consider energy efficient appliances and equipment, because those help to keep bill impacts minimal or low. And also installing solar on buildings can really protect customers from future rate increases. And in addition, really provide resiliency. There's been a lot of conversation about power shutoff events and how residents and businesses can protect themselves from those events. The cost effectiveness analysis does also include incentives to help customers transition without bearing too much of a burden and cost initially, and to help increase payback savings over the long term. So as with any analysis, there are limitations. And so the analysis looked at different building ages and vintages, equipment efficiencies. And so, a worst case scenario wasn't studied. It was more along the lines of average and considering buildings that have some of the features that are needed to electrify. And as far as equipment efficiencies, for example, hot water heat pumps have a lower efficiency standard, but you can't find any of those on the market. And so those weren't included, but those are possible things that could be made in the future. Another limitation is really quantifying the total societal cost of climate change and inaction. And that's very difficult. And many scientists and governments struggle with trying to calculate, the price of doing something now that may cost more versus the price of doing nothing and paying even more in the future. There are other limitations in technologies as well. In this analysis, we studied heat pumps, which are more efficient, but there are definitely other technologies that are available, like electric resistance water heaters, but those are not as cost effective as heat pumps. And there's also continuing advancements in technology. So those are other factors that we weren't able to necessarily consider in the study. And we did focus on residential at this time. We're still evaluating commercial results. The data is coming in from the consultants and as well as state utility providers who help with providing data to analyze commercial cost effectiveness. So a second part of the report includes potential policy pathways to move forward on. And so there was a range of topics covered, from education outreach, generating funds to develop additional incentives and financing, looking at time certain building performance standards. So by a certain year, everyone would need to have electrified equipment in their buildings. Permitting regulations are another option. And those in the report range from electric ready, so just having the wiring or the space capacity needed in the electrical panel, to voluntary replacements, end of life, additions and alterations. And then another option was electrification ready at the time of sale as a potential way to try to achieve the climate action plan goal to electrify existing buildings. And so we did a little bit of analysis as to, how would that reach our goal? And what we found was we would need to basically implement all of the policy options to reach half of CAP goal number 1. So there is still a lot of work that would need to be done at the state or federal levels to really make this work. And so a lot of times it's really aligning what can be done at the local level to align with either future or current state or federal kind of plans or programs in the future. Another aspect that we did look at was environmental and financial equity. And so these can be two different buckets. When you're looking at environmental equity, a lot of times the people that are most affected by natural gas, who live near natural gas power plants, tend to not always have a voice or say, and it's the people consuming on the other end who are contributing to that inequity. There's also the impacts to health within the home of having natural gas appliances that can affect health and safety of occupants. And then there's the other part of the story, which is financial equity. Can people who are low to moderate income be able to bear potential increases, and how much would that be, or what would be fair? And so all of those considerations were identified in the report as looking at if looking at a mandate, it is really important to make sure that we're addressing equity. Another area, so in electrifying, there are some areas of policy that we have that may need to be changed, and that includes noise and setback requirements likely need to be modified. So some heat pump equipment is allowed. There are definitely quieter equipment on the market, but they all have different price ranges. And sometimes you need to relocate the equipment to different areas on the property that may not have been the traditional spot where the gas equipment was located. And I think a lot of considerations with these policy options is that there are trade-offs. So there's definitely some cost effectiveness in replacing appliances at the end of its life, but you may not see the impacts of those GHG reductions versus other policy options. And then there's also the implementation and enforcement challenges as well. So the report does go through a lot of the challenges and opportunities. So just to recap and summarize, what the request direction is for tonight is to provide direction to the Environmental Quality Commission and staff on any analysis or outreach or desired timelines. And the 4 EQC recommendations. So with that concludes my presentation. I'll return the meeting back to you, Mayor Combs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. With that, we'll move on to the presentation from the EQC Commissioner Josie Gaillard.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Josie Gaillard. I serve on the city's Environmental Quality Commission along with Tom Cabot, who's here as a panelist and is available to answer questions along with me during your discussion time. I've been asked to present the Environmental Quality Commission's recommendations to Council. I'm assuming that city staff will be sharing the presentation. Okay, great. So these recommendations were unanimously adopted by the EQC at our August meeting. And much of this work was done by the EQC's Building Decarbonization Subcommittee for the Climate Action Plan, which is made up of myself, Tom Cabot, and Angela Evans. Next slide, please. So we begin the presentation against the backdrop of a new IPCC report that was just issued on August 9th. And this report was put together by hundreds of scientists across the world. And it's being described by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres as a code red for humanity. He says the alarm bells are deafening, the evidence is irrefutable. Greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel burning and deforestation are choking our planet and putting billions of people at immediate risk. Global heating is affecting every region on Earth, with many of the changes becoming irreversible. So again, this is a report by very staid scientists who this is their way of sort of really sounding the alarm for us. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so unfortunately, the city with the current policies it has in place is not on track to meet our own climate goals, and also not on track to hit the Paris climate goals, which are to keep the Earth's temperature increase due to greenhouse gas emissions below 2 degrees C, which most scientists agree is sort of reaching catastrophic levels in terms of impact. Next slide, please. So the EQC's recommendation is a middle of the road approach. You can see arrayed along a spectrum here, a number of different policy options that we considered. On the far left here, which an option that would be really the best for the climate, this would be an appropriate response if you're only thinking about the climate, would be to proactively remove equipment from people's homes. We are not recommending this. I want to reiterate, we are not recommending removing equipment from people's homes. On the far right, here you see the option of doing nothing. We're also not recommending doing nothing. Another sort of similar approach here is incentivizing voluntary action. I say similar because we've researched 3 local cities that have had incentive programs in place now for a range, cities and agencies that have had incentive programs in place for heat pump appliances, ranging from 6 years of program to 6 months. And roughly the impact is about 1% of equipment is actually converted to a heat pump with an incentive for voluntary action. So we're considering this as pretty much ineffective. So the other options that the city staff looked at here were the setting an end of flow date for natural gas in the city, and also replacing equipment upon building sale. The commission is not recommending pursuing either of those at this time. Instead, we're pursuing a very narrow policy, which would only affect equipment that is being replaced by someone who's seeking a permit to replace that equipment. So things like stoves and dryers would not be included in this policy because people do not have to get permits for those. Next slide, please. So one advantage of this, just from the last slide, one advantage of this sort of narrow approach is that, we're just preventing ourselves from digging ourselves further in a hole by allowing city residents to install very long-lived equipment that may be in service for 30 years, well past the date that the state is likely to have discontinued natural gas service. So in that way, we would be preventing people from making a financial mistake of installing something that would have to be, become a stranded asset. It would have to be decommissioned early. Okay, so the EQC's recommendations are 6, and they fall into 3 categories. So those categories are addressing equity and affordability, reducing barriers, and developing the policy itself. Now I'll go into each one. Next slide, please. All right, so equity and affordability, that's definitely a concern here, right? So there are some cost premiums up front. Peninsula Clean Energy just announced, and Vice Mayor Nash can say more about this probably, but just announced a program for on-bill financing that would offer $10,000 paid back over a 10-year period at a 0 interest rate loan. So there are going to be options like that make this policy more affordable. In terms of equity, there are still people in Menlo Park who struggle to put food on the table. We have approximately 1,400 households in Menlo Park that are currently on bill assistance through PG&E. So the EQC is recommending that a special program be put in place to support our low-income residents. One way to raise revenue for such a program would be to allow the UUT to be collected at the voter-approved level, which would require a city council vote, and then collect those funds into a dedicated fund to support building decarbonization. In parallel, we would like to have the city identify partners like PCE and its financing program I just mentioned, but also a partner who could oversee the specific low-income turnkey program. So using those funds potentially gathered through the UUT, which would over a 10-year period cover the electrification of all of those 1,500 or 1,400 low-income households in Menlo Park. We'd be looking for a partner or partners to actually provide those turnkey electrifications for those households. Next slide, please. Okay, this recommendation is surrounding reducing barriers, or kind of trying to address this hassle factor that we've been seeing a lot of discussion about on Nextdoor or coming into the city council email. I think most of it, by my reading, maybe 80% of what I'm seeing, people are afraid, they're confused. And I think much of those concerns could be addressed through education. There will be some edge cases that maybe we haven't considered, and I think it's important to address. I'll talk about that later in public outreach. But I think there's a lot of opportunity to develop programs to educate both the contractor community about ways to avoid panel upsizing, as well as the building owners themselves. We also have opportunities, I think, to permit, to simplify the permitting process and make electrification projects easy in terms of how you're interacting with the city. And we also have, there are also some ideas like a concierge service, which could include free electrification plans. A concierge service is currently available through Peninsula Clean Energy for folks who are electrifying new construction. So something similar could be put in place. But we would recommend that rather than trying to discuss this on the dais tonight, that maybe you ask staff and perhaps EQC to come back to you with some recommendations for how to reduce this hassle factor for residents and building owners. Next slide, please. Okay, so this one really covers the policy development itself. And we have 3 recommendations here. One is to begin sketching out the ordinance. It's hard to go to the public if you don't have an idea yet what you're kind of imagining. So the Environmental Quality Commission's recommendation is, we have sort of 5 elements to consider. One is, what is the core authority? We recommend that it's prohibiting new gas appliances in the city. The next question would be, what buildings does it apply to? We recommend it apply to residential buildings, single family and multifamily. The next question is, what appliances would be covered? Our recommendation is new furnaces, new water heaters, and other new gas devices that need a permit. The trigger would be applying for a permit. And we do recommend some special protections, in order to address those edge cases where maybe someone does have a technical issue that prevents them from electrifying affordably, and they don't have access to other financing mechanisms. So hardship exemptions, and then also providing some protections for renters so that they aren't actually kicked out of their rental because the landlord improved the building and increased the rent in an exorbitant amount. Okay, and then number 5 is really important. It's probably overdue, but we would recommend that you begin public engagement immediately. I think some of what we're seeing on Nextdoor could be maybe more productive if it were done in the sort of formal process of public engagement that the city, does whenever it's considering a new ordinance like this. So I think that would be an opportunity to kind of inject some information and solid facts into those conversations in ways that I think could really kind of settle people's nerves. It would also be an opportunity to hear the public feedback, and those things, there's always the possibility that there are these edge cases we haven't considered that we would want to take into consideration as we're doing number 4, which is sort of crafting the ordinance. So I think those things could be done really well in parallel. And then finally, we recommend, because what we're recommending today is very narrow, and it wouldn't be enough to achieve CAP 1 goal, that the EQC and staff continue to develop that long-term roadmap for that full phase out of natural gas and achieving that goal. So next slide, please. So this is just a summary of what I just went over. I won't repeat it. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate the presentation, and thank you, Ms. Lucky. With that, I'll call on the city clerk to open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just for the benefit of the City Council, as well as members of the public and staff, as of 4 p.m. today, the City Council did receive 132 comments on CCIN related to this item. We received 37 web form public comments, a total of 169 written comments, and 110 were in favor of the EQC's recommendations. So at this time for live public comment, if any member of the public wishes to speak on tonight's study session item, which is F1, receive the EQC's recommendation to electrify 95% of existing buildings in Menlo Park and provide direction on next steps, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, you may press *9 now. And our first public commenter is Lynn.
Hi. So I've lived in Menlo Park for about 3 years now, and I guess my 3 years, almost 4. And I guess my question is, why are we starting with residential buildings when one of the biggest corporations in the world is around the corner and is currently building and can afford to do the kind of updates that you guys are talking about that I feel like would make a great deal of impact. And then my second question is, and maybe this can be managed offline. You can respond to my question offline about how are the lower income folks in Menlo Park being supported? I mean, I can think of so many other things that the lower income folks in this neighborhood would benefit from so much more than something like this. There's so many ways in which low income folks could be hurt by this, especially, just listening to NPR report I heard very recently about solar panels and how those loans that Obama set up with very good intentions are now causing a lot of people to lose their homes because they cause liens against your property. So there's so many ways that this can be addressed that doesn't necessarily need to cause hardship to the lower income residents. Like that's honestly my main concern. Like, how does this affect the lower income residents of Menlo Park who are just trying to hold on to these homes for their retirement because, Facebook's going to price us all out anyway. So it's just, which is just a matter of time. So those are my concerns. Like, just why start with us, the residents, and not go after the folks with the deep pockets? That just feels a whole lot like why Nextdoor exploded the way it did. So, I mean, if you guys can address that, and then, we can talk about, or I'll wait for the materials that will inevitably come in the mail about how you're addressing lower income. I'd love to see that stuff. Oh, and one last point, you're saying that there are loans available that folks can tap into for this. I hate to be the one to have to say this out loud, but we know what happens with people of color and getting loans around property. Like we all are aware of that. Like if we're talking about the environment, then we're all at a certain level of awareness. So we know how certain loans aren't available to certain people, or when they are available to certain people, they are more detrimental than they are helpful. So those are my comments. Mayor Drew, I voted for you. So I'm really excited about this conversation, but I'm looking forward to hearing how you guys are going to solve that. Thank you.
Lynn, thank you for that comment. And my apologies, there was a miscommunication. We're limiting a public comment to 2 minutes tonight, given the widespread community interest and a desire to get to the council discussion so that we can give staff the direction needed regarding next step. And so Lynn, because she went first and I forgot to make the announcement, got 3 minutes, having nothing to do with the fact that she said she voted for me, but it is going to be 2 minutes, again, out of a desire to give the most amount of people in the community the opportunity to speak. Again, my apologies for the miscommunication. With that, I'll turn it back to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Lynn, for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Jared Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jared Johnson. I am the Senior Policy Manager at Actera, but I actually want to give a public comment from a student who lives in Menlo Park. Her name is Yazir Syed. Just going to speak from her. I am a resident of Menlo Park and a sophomore at Menlo Park Atherton High School. On behalf of my community, I express our strong support for the EQC recommendations on phasing out gas in homes and buildings to move forward quickly, requiring all electric new construction for homes and buildings. Since I was little, my passion for climate change was transparent and clearly expressed through my inquiries and sensitivity to the hurt of animals in consequence of exponentially warmer climate. This interest that initially began as a small spark has consumed me in a way that continually motivates me to make changes to assist in climate change suppression. Summers have been hotter than ever, temperatures passing 100 degrees Fahrenheit, an obvious increase from the 2000s Bay Area summers, which my mother told me had never ranged further than 80 degrees. Such an occurrence reinforces the fact that California is in a climate emergency, and we must cease acceleration of our world's doom and subjecting ourselves to the ignition of such fire. Let's take action against it. Unfortunately, may not be able to finish the entire comment, but just to end, we must take a preventative measure to adapt and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and simultaneously promoting the development of new gas-dependent infrastructure, which will only make it easier for us to decarbonize fully. Again, urge this council to exhibit leadership by directing and guiding Menlo Park towards its production of advancements to slow down the rate of climate change. My best regards, Yazir Ziad.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Bruce Nagel.
Hi, I'm muted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Menlo Park for working at the leading edge of sustainability, working on the real challenge that addresses existing buildings. We know that existing buildings represent a much larger proportion of the real estate than the new ones do. As has been mentioned, we are IPCC code red. And I think if we look at the damage that's come over the news over the last couple of days about the horrible things that have happened with Hurricane Ida, we can expect more of those kinds of storms. So we need to get to carbon neutral, and we have a long way to get there. REACH codes, which we've been working on, and Menlo Park has been in a leadership position on, has been a start for new buildings, but we need to work on the existing ones. And we need to stop deploying new gas appliances. If we're going to be serious about this, we've got to make everything all electric. And we need a new set of tools, and there's been some mention about the financing part of that. That's obviously key. It's been mentioned about the fact of we need to make sure that there are things for equity. There was a touch on this, and there is a plan for electrifying low-income housing and doing something special for them. And I think that the group is concerned about that and is working to make sure that it's part of our plan. We've all talked about the children and their need, and JJ recently came back with some information on that. But what came to me is when I was giving a presentation in another city, one of the things that's true, that people are recognizing that climate change is now, that the idea of the fact of the code red and Ida and all these other things, people are starting to recognize that they're facing climate change today and we need to start doing something about it. And I want to thank the time to be able to talk about this, and heartily recommend the proposal that's being put forward by the EQC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker is Donnell Barrett.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donnell Baird. I'm calling in from New York City, on the other side of the country. But I run a tech startup, and all of my investors live in Menlo Park. So Ben and Felicia Holleritz live in Atherton, and Eric and Wendy Schmidt are out there, as well as Lorene Powell Jobs, who are some of our earliest investors. What our company does is we help to decarbonize low-income buildings. And we started doing that because I grew up in a low-income building. And one of the things that I learned over time is how unhealthy low-income buildings can be, because they're neglected, they don't have access to capital, they're not properly maintained. And so the buildings and the fossil fuels in them actually cause incredibly high asthma rates amongst the children that live there and the families that live there. And so I am always excited to see cities like Menlo Park or Brooklyn, where I live, choosing the path of electrification. I commend the city for prioritizing low and moderate income families. I would echo the first comments that have been made, that this does need to be done in a way where if there is financing versus grants, that there's no risk of low-income folks losing their homes as a result of this program, either in the form of wealthier folks purchasing carbon offsets or some of the great financing mechanisms to raise, government revenue that you guys have in mind. we do not want the burden of decarbonization to land in low-income buildings. We want them to lead this decarbonization revolution, and the jobs and public health benefits that will accrue to these communities are paramount. So I just want to congratulate and commend all of you for the steps that you have initiated today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is calling in, so I do request that you state your name for the record. The phone number ends in 5340. And this is a call for 5340. Yes, thank you.
Yep, my name's Orville Roach from Bellhaven. So I was pretty disappointed and offended and frankly shocked when I read the comments from the committee and council members in the newspaper. Because the disdain and disrespect for the city residents displayed in those comments made it feel like you wanted to conspire behind our backs to sneak through this or rush it through or not put it to a citywide vote rather than face opposition. I'm curious if there are any dissenting votes on the council on this issue. If not, you know what that means. There's an old saying, if everyone agrees, then no one is thinking. Did you have persons or groups with an opposing view present a report to the council on why maybe this is not a good idea and in fact will not accomplish what the council thinks it will? Did you do that so you can have a holistic view? Did the committee present what all the unintended consequences of this action would be and how those would be mitigated and if not eliminated? As a city attorney, advise you of the constitutionality of not putting this to a citywide vote. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because neither you nor other residents will dictate what appliances I use in my home. At least half, if not more, you may have not heard from them yet, but the city residents do not support the world is going to end unless we take drastic steps position. We also do not support the we must do something just for the sake of doing something without proper deliberation and evaluation, without exploring other means rather than trying to force people to comply with an intrusion into their home. And let me be clear, it's not the thing, because today the reason is to fight climate change, tomorrow will be something else. So until we deal with this attitude that we'll just violate people against their will because we believe we have a moral justification, well, you don't. They're doing it now with COVID. You're now attempting to use climate change as a justification for violating me. You don't have a moral justification. You don't have a legal justification. So start showing some respect. I'm not going to allow you to just trample our 4th and 14th Amendment protections. What is it going to cost the city to defend all the lawsuits? I haven't even touched on the flimsy reasoning for this proposed action, but I trust my fellow residents will touch on that in more detail. But I'll end with a question. California currently cannot meet its current electricity demand. We have massive wildfires that threaten the grid's functioning. We have no water, so hydroelectric is not guaranteed. Yet you think it's wise, before solving the current deficiencies in our power production, to increase the demand on the grid. What logical or even common sense does that make? I yield to my neighbor.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be James Tooley.
Hi, good evening, council members. I'm James Talea, resident of Sunnyvale, and I serve Menlo Park residential clients through the free Home Intel Energy Savings Program provided by PG&E. I'm an on-the-ground energy expert and would like to ask you to strongly support the EQC's recommendations. From my experience, they will provide a very feasible, cost-effective, smart path forward that is needed now and that will benefit the residents and businesses of Menlo Park. While these steps will be challenging, they will not lead to significant burdens or risks to members of the community with good planning and will provide a cost-effective way to help residents and businesses be best prepared for the future. For a dozen years, I've designed and implemented energy programs for PG&E customers. For the last 4 years as an energy coach for the Home Intel program, I've worked directly with hundreds of Bay Area residents to help them understand their home energy usage and costs and to find ways to save energy and money through energy efficiency. And since there are proven and available electric appliance technologies that are dramatically more efficient than the best fossil fueled options, I've already worked closely with dozens of city and regional residents on how to make smart upgrades by choosing to go electric and how to operate these more advanced electric appliances cost effectively. While we all know that the changes that come with progress can be uncomfortable for many people, that can be eased with good information, guidance, and other support that needs to continue to be developed and offered to the community. As is envisioned by the EQC, while information and other community support needs to continue to accelerate from local, regional, state, and national entities, more bold, rational action is needed now to provide for the best future for the community of Menlo Park and beyond. I implore you to please continue to demonstrate leadership for your city and our region by voting to support the EQC's smart path to upgrade Menlo Park's buildings and to be safer, more healthy, more resilient, and to operate more cost effectively. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Michael Demas. Michael, are you able to engage your microphone at this time?
Pressing on the doesn't seem to help.
There we go. We're able to hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, I love Menlo Park. It's a great city, and I want it to stay that way. My opinions are based on over 50 years as a commercial real estate lawyer, and I've dealt with the cities and
Mr. Demas, can you just speak a little louder? I think we're not the mic on your end is really muted. So yeah, so I think even if you yelled, it would probably be okay. But we can barely hear you.
How is this level?
If that's what you can do, then we'll make it work.
Okay, I wish I had a microphone, but I've sent you a lot of information. I'm sure you know how I feel. The basic information I want to impart is that as an attorney, I would like you to consult with the legal counsel, make sure that this ordinance is placed on a ballot. The fact that it's already being implemented on new construction, I didn't know that, and I wonder why it didn't get put on a ballot, because it's really a divisive issue. And you know, New Orleans is out of electricity for 3 weeks, and basically, if you electrify 95% of Menlo Park and we have a brownout or a blackout, we're going to be dark for whatever length of time. You'd probably have to install or make sure people have what I guess we call a gas-powered supply, you know, like a Generac that you buy at Home Depot. And if you're going to allow that, then you really can't cut off gas supply to the city. So, you know, just for safety purposes, as far as your political careers, I would just submit this to a ballot and let the people decide. You know, I also served as an immigration lawyer, and the one thing that I found when people came from these terrible countries is they said, "Gosh, this is the land of the free," and it looks like we're going a little overboard on imposing our will on the people. Let them decide at a ballot, and they decide they want it, go ahead. Otherwise, it should be voluntary. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We strongly support the EQC recommendations to continue working on the ordinance, protecting low-income residents and reducing the hassle factor for folks involved. We think it's really great that the EQC has prioritized protecting low-income residents by recommending the creation of the equity fund to fully electrify households on bill assistance. And we also strongly support the EQC recommendation to adopt rental protection policies to ensure that rents don't increase and that people don't get displaced. That being said, these equity programs and policies should absolutely be fully discussed and vetted by the community and we strongly support the recommendation for the city to conduct immediate public outreach on this. At the same time, the city should also continue working on the ordinance as well. So we really hope you accept the EQC recommendation, continue working on the ordinance, and have a full discussion with the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Mashid Sadat.
Hello, everyone. I guess I'm going to have 2 minutes. Yes. First of all, one thing we all agree on is climate is an issue, but just jumping into action without looking at the big picture and really looking at data would be detrimental. I'm going to quote from my husband, who's a former Air Force pilot, current airline pilot. When they have an emergency during flight, they say the first thing you have to do is pour yourself a cup of coffee. Just look at the issue and the situation and then take action. Too many inputs would not be helpful. The data I'm going to share with you is we're talking about natural gas, which is 21% of total natural gas used, which is in residential. That's in California. Of that 21%, 45% goes to space heating, 18% to water heating, and 4% to cooking. I understand that we can reduce the usage by limiting the natural gas usage for space heating, water heating, but why cooking? With space heating and water heating, there are other options. We can improve insulation in windows. We can use a tankless water heater and even set our temperatures at lower. I learned that living in Europe and also on East Coast, you don't have to set the temperature at 80 degrees in winter and walk around the house in shorts. We usually set it at 68 to 65 and wear a sweater. So my recommendation or request is look at the data, don't jump to conclusion. We all want to help the environment, but also be reasonable. Why not have both and supplement the natural gas usage with solar, and especially with new house or buildings, because the insulation is much better and the usage would be lower. Why limit it and later realize, oh, we made a mistake, and then we have to go back and allow natural gas usage because everyone is using too much electricity. I oppose to all those measures, and I think we should look at the big picture and more data. Thank you
for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brett Anderson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to comment on this topic. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and an advocate for electrification from carbon-free Palo Alto. We in Palo Alto share a similar goal for 2030 to reduce fossil fuel use. We're shooting for 80%. In our case, we're not on track either. And so we're carefully watching what Menlo Park does here. So it's really helpful that the EQC is doing this courageous and exemplary work in grappling with the practicalities of mass electrification of existing buildings, which is dictated basically by our climate reality. So we just can't escape the fact that we've got to do this. I think they've laid out a very simple, concrete, and feasible approach to getting off gas with good guardrails to make sure it's equitable. The ordinance that's being proposed effectively sets a market standard that will bring in competitive market-based solutions of all types and all price points. And we need to develop this market as soon as possible with this kind of a standard. So that's really buttressing the whole program and making it work. And then with the programs like concierge, streamlined permitting, financing from the utility, that really lowers the barrier and enables all to participate in the benefits of electrification. So it's really a nice start, and it's addressing basically 50% of the local emissions problem. We're all grappling with this, every community. And for activists and advocates and city council members who want that political headroom to maneuver toward this goal, we really need to come up with those policies and programs to win people over. If you don't have those in hand, people have valid concerns and we just can't make progress. So I think it's important to develop these policies as we ask our communities to step up and take this action, because it's ultimately they who will foot the bill to convert their buildings. We just have to make it easy for them and provide a policy that creates a market to do it. So thank you for all this great work, and I hope you continue with the EQC's study plan.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Martin Rosenblum.
Hello, this is Martin Rosenblum. I'm a more than 30-year resident of Menlo Park and a homeowner. I'd like to thank for the opportunity to speak, but I would like to reiterate the question from the first speaker, who asked why commercial, industrial, and institutional buildings are exempt from this plan. And given that, what is the percentage of residential versus commercial, industrial, institutional natural gas usage? I may be mistaken about their exemption, but in reading about, for example, the O'Brien project, they appear to be exempt from elimination of natural gas. There's Parkline, where SRI is, a new development. I don't know if that's mandated to be all electric. And also the 17 acres that are now being sold by the US government for the USGS. That's going to be auctioned from what I understand, and what control will there be to prevent natural gas? So my concern is why this was industrial and commercial and institutional were exempt from this. Now, second of all, I think perceived equity is important, not just real equity, but the people feel that it's fair. If you're going to get support of your constituents, they have to believe that this is a fair program. And the other thing is costs. I'd like to disagree with some of the previous speakers. I think that the supply of contractors qualified will be too small. Demand will rise rapidly and prices will rise very rapidly. I made a written comment based on the fact how difficult it is to get a roof done in this area and how expensive it is. So I think the same thing will happen, especially with new technologies that need to be installed. Building business is very slow moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Margaret Bruce.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and members of the council. My name is Margaret Bruce. Many of you know me in my current role as the Executive Director of the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority. However, I am commenting on this study session not in that role, but as a longtime advocate for climate and clean energy action, and as a citizen of the planet. I support and applaud staff's and the EQC's thoughtful analysis and encourage the council to continue pursuing bold electrification goals. The need for these actions broadly across the economy is imperative. I look forward to seeing the city's continued advancement and implementation of these electrification goals that will create jobs, improve indoor air quality, reduce harmful emissions, and advance the state of clean energy tools. Thank you for considering equity. And also please keep in mind that many state, regional, and local financial and technical resources are available to help and support your implementation of your climate plans. And thank you for your careful exploration of the policy tools, options, impacts, and opportunities. It's going to be a challenging road ahead, and I encourage you to continue the path. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, I will ask you to state your name for the record. It's coming in as 350 Silicon Valley.
Good evening, it's Nicole Kemeny. Sorry I was unable to alter my name. I wrote in my original email to City Council supporting the EQC recommendations that the longer we wait, the more difficult and expensive the problems become. However, the situation is actually more serious than that, because it's easy to imagine reaching a point where we have conflicting cascading problems. For example, let's say we want to retrofit buildings and shut down the gas network that's leaking methane. But we're short on money because it's being spent fighting wildfires and protecting 101 from flooding. Perhaps our tax base is shrinking because people can work from anywhere and don't want to deal with water shortages, fires, and smoky air that keeps their kids indoors in the summer and fall. Maybe Facebook decides it's too expensive to combat sea level rise on the bayfront, and it's better for them in the long run to just relocate. I'm painting a grim picture, but it's not an unrealistic picture. We don't want to reach the point where multiple crises swamp our ability to cope. That completes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Bellamy Kramer.
Hello.
Hello.
Dear Mayor Combs and City Council members, I am here as a resident of Menlo Park and as a student at Menlo Atherton High School. On behalf of my community, I would like to express my wholehearted support for the council to follow the EQC's recommendations to electrify 95% of existing buildings in Menlo Park in order to reach the city's goal of zero carbon emissions by 2030. As a member of the younger generation, we will be most heavily impacted by climate change, and it is of the utmost importance to ensure a safe future for my generation. And as a resident of Menlo Park, I have been incredibly proud of the city's bold climate leadership in the past and urged the city to uphold their reputation as a leader in environmentalism. We also must acknowledge that climate change does not stop at our city borders, and that the actions you take will affect people around the world. Just today, 50,000 residents of South Lake Tahoe evacuated as flames engulfed their homes, and 1 million people in Louisiana are still without power as Hurricane Ida makes landfall. We have also seen that climate change is an issue of equity, and that people of color and lower income communities are disproportionately affected by its effects. Climate change affects everyone, and we must take drastic action immediately in order to mitigate its effects, starting with the rapid phase out of fossil fuels. In order to reach Menlo Park's goal of carbon neutrality by 2030, our efforts must be focused on transitioning all natural gas equipment and appliances in existing buildings to all electric. This will eliminate about 40% of Menlo Park's greenhouse gas emissions. Without this action, the ambitious goals detailed in the 2030 Climate Action Plan will be futile. Menlo Park has the responsibility to not only mitigate climate change, but to improve our health, equity, and overall quality of life. I strongly urge this council to lead our country towards a better future by moving beyond gas and towards clean electricity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Can you hear me? Yeah. So Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident on the Complete Streets Commission, but speaking for myself. And as others have mentioned, Tahoe's being evacuated. It was 100 degrees in Seattle this summer. This is taking bold action on climate is something that we must do. And the leadership at the city level really does matter. What we did with the REACH codes for new buildings, electrifying new buildings, residential and commercial, was quickly adopted by other cities in our area and then supported by state action. So we do need a set of complementary, not just alone, but ourselves and then other cities, and then support at the state and or federal level. But when we take action, that can trigger a cascade of really positive action. I'm glad that the proposal from the EQ, I support the EQC recommendations, including and especially the support for equity and low-income households. In terms of coming out with a rollout plan and an implementation plan, I would hope that the City Council and the plan would be prudent with a timeline so that we have enforcement when the prerequisites are in place, when it is convenient and possible to make the change. I think I may have told a personal story where I had a hot water heater that broke, and I was told that it wasn't going to be feasible to convert to electric, and if I tried, I would have to go for weeks without hot water. And if that was actually the case, then we shouldn't be asking people to do the impossible. And if we had a concierge that I had the ability to call, and they said, here's how you do it, you can do it cost effectively, and we can get it done to give you hot water, that would really be a good answer. So outreach to answer people's questions is essential. And lastly, the natural gas industry is engaged in a national campaign to prevent local climate action that is on the level of the Exxon climate denial that has gotten us into this pickle. So I hope that we are not willingly inviting that sort of national campaign against electrification into our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be James Pistorino.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is James Pistorino. I've been a Menlo Park resident for 20 years and a lawyer for over 25 years. I oppose the EQC's recommendations. First, using the EQC's own report, replacing gas appliances with electric ones would cost at least thousands of dollars extra per home. For example, replacing a gas water heater with an electric one would cost a minimum of $2,400 extra, up to well more than $5,000. This information, which is not even complete, can be found at tables 2 and 4 on page D-2.54 of the EQC report. Further, the report admits, and as I think Ms. Lucky did earlier, that this could not even be done for an unknown number of residents because of the extra space an electric water heater requires. The EQC report contemplates people building exterior structures for water heaters and modifying the zoning and noise regulations to enable this to happen. In short, the whole thing is misguided. Second, I urge the council to repeal cap number 1 itself. Repeal the restriction on new construction and defund and disband the EQC. I urge the city council to return to the things it was elected to do. For example, keeping the streets safe and clean and assisting the downtown businesses. With regard to the assisting the downtown businesses, I applaud the council's actions in this regard. Third, I highly doubt that the city council has the authority to impose something like this on the residents. If such an ordinance should pass, the council should expect that concerned residents would initiate a litigation to stop this overreach. In that litigation, in addition to bearing its own attorney's fees, the city may be liable for the fees of the plaintiffs. Finally, if others oppose efforts like this by the city council and wish to explore more organized action opposing it, I invite them to contact me at james.pistorino@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be James Lockhart.
Yes, James Lockhart, Menlo Park resident. I certainly support efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, I'm very worried that these current recommendations and policies overlook the enormous cost and hardship on owners of older houses. Houses built before 1980 typically have 100 ampere or less electric service. To go all electric, houses would need anywhere from 250 to 400 ampere electric service. This has to be in the form of new service drop from PG&E. They are months to years behind on even smaller upgrades and require that the homeowner cover the cost of trenching new underground lines from the power distribution poles or central facilities to the home. This can cost $20,000, $25,000, as well as totally disrupting the home. Beyond that, new main disconnects, new meters, new main panels, and complete new rewiring can be called for to meet current codes. Total costs could run $50,000 or more. This could force low-income people out of their homes. This could drive older residents of the city away and be requiring relocation of residents while all of this work is being accomplished to electrify homes that don't currently have the needed service. There's no way around this. It's just reality, and the commission and the staff need to study this fully. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Robert Gould.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Robert Gould. After working as a pathologist for over 30 years since 2012 at San Jose Kaiser, I've been an associate adjunct professor at the UCSF School of Medicine, working in our program on reproductive health and the environment. I've been on the National Board of Physicians for Social Responsibility since 1993, serving twice as president in 2003 and 2014. Since 1989, I've also been president of San Francisco Bay PSR, for which I'm speaking today, representing hundreds of health professionals throughout our region who speak for the health of our patients and communities who are increasingly impacted by the unfolding public and environmental health impacts of global warming and clearly connected issues of air pollution. Because of this, we support rapid electrification of our infrastructure provided by renewable and sustainable non-nuclear sources as replacement for natural gas in support of climate, respiratory, and cardiovascular health. Affordable and energy efficient housing is a public health imperative. The just released assessment by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is unequivocal in its call for urgent action to ensure an energy efficient and fossil-free future. Creating market-based and other incentives to reduce reliance on gas appliances is health protective, not only in their climate benefits of moving away from fossil fuel extraction use, but also because gas stoves and other appliances can be a large source of toxic pollution in homes, reaching levels of pollution that would be illegal outdoors. Children, especially those of color, are particularly at risk of respiratory illnesses such as asthma associated with gas appliance pollution, and lower income households may be at a higher risk of exposure. As such, we strongly support the recommendations made by Menlo Park's Environmental Quality Commission calling for enacting an ordinance prohibiting the installation of new gas equipment in homes and buildings throughout the city, protecting low-income residents through proposed equity guardrails, and a suite of programs to ease and assist home and building owners with electrification. In summary, we at San Francisco Bay PSR urge you to use this critical opportunity to demonstrate the City of Menlo Park's leadership and commitment to rapidly develop the more economical, pollution-free buildings we need now for the optimal public, environmental, and climate health we and future generations so deserve. Thank you for your great work on this.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Eduardo Pellegrini Lopart.
And now I'm on mute. Hi, I've been a resident of Menlo Park for over 20 years, and we fully support the EQC recommendation. We have been moving towards electric appliances for a number of years, and I would like to encourage the Commission to keep working on this. I would encourage you to look at the difficulty of different appliances. Some appliances are very easy to be replaced, some others are harder. In particular, there are challenges with heating water. And part of the challenge is that our supply in California for heat pump water heaters is relatively limited compared to other geographies. So one of the challenges, for example, a previous speaker presented is that to put a heat pump water heater, you have to have a 220 volt circuit, and many people may not have that readily available. So there are plenty of heat pump water heaters available in our geographies that do not require a 220 volt. There are others that do not have the same vibration and noise requirements. There are some that can be placed inside a house. So collectively, the Bay Area counties have a lot of consumer power. I would encourage the Commission to also explore directions like that to reduce the cost of adopting some of these technologies and make it more available and cheaper to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Robert Whitehair.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm Robert Whitehair. I'm Vice Chair of Sustainable San Mateo County. And for 8 years, I was Facilities Director at Raychem Corporation, which, as you all know now, is occupied by Facebook. I wanted to speak to some of the more practical applications of going all electric. I live in a 70-year-old house. My wife and I have decided to put solar on the roof. We replaced the electric stove with an induction heat stove. And we have in the process of, we've replaced the heat pump water heater, and we're in the process of replacing our furnace. All these take time and money that I probably won't see a return on in my lifetime. Since I'm on a fixed income, that's important, but it's important to society and important to all the people that come after me. I just wanted to comment too about the service drops. 4 of us on this block where I live have put on solar. Not a one of us had to do a service drop change. PG&E just hooks up to the existing wires, and not a one of us had to upgrade the panel size of our panels. So it is doable. The cost for operating the heat pump water heater is very similar to that of the electric or to the gas water heater we had before. Regarding contractor base, a number of us who are on this call have been working hard to help educate contractors. I invite anybody who would like to work with us on that process, help educate contractors and show them how to install electric equipment. I very much support what the Environmental Quality Commission has proposed, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Kevin Ma.
Evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm actually a Mountain View resident, but as we can see from the fires and the smoke, global climate change is a global issue that should not be limited to city by city bases. I support the recommendations of the EQC. They are well researched and fundamentally the most forward-looking analysis done by any city in this entire region. So Menlo Park has an opportunity to be a leader in this space because we honestly know that cities usually only follow things if other cities do it first. And fundamentally, we are looking at major changes, but major changes are already happening now. We have to, 5 years ago, we didn't all think about buying air filters the size of box fans or need to buy air quality indicators suddenly that everyone knows like, oh, 100 AQI means I probably shouldn't go outside. Fundamentally, those are things that will happen and will have a cost on people. Not to mention the health impacts from methane, as we know from recent reports from San Jose. Lead is an impact from airports, but it's been happening in such a long space. But methane is in all of our kitchens, all of our homes, and they all have impacts if they're not handled properly. And fundamentally, we do need to be getting out of that space sooner than later. The IPCC report that everyone will report on will indicate that we need to make changes now before changes get worse, whether that means more fires, because as we know, fires from SUU fire came very close to all of our cities, or flooding from the Bay will affect our neighborhoods sooner or later, which we're investing in things like levees right now. And at some point, those kind of adaptations will not last if the fundamental problem is not addressed. And that fundamental problem is buildings and transportation, which we all know it will take a lot of money and it will take a lot of time. But the inaction of nothing fundamentally scares the hell out of all future generations, including mine. And I feel like this is the start of a long process that we need to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Mickey Winkler.
Thank you. Hi, council members. My question to you is simple. How are you going to supply the reliable electric power to achieve these lofty goals? As you know, that our need for power is increasing astronomically, that annual fires cause power outages, the smoke from the fire inhibits solar energy, that drought has shut down hydroelectric plants, and that our nuclear power plant is about to shut down. You also know that other states share our grid, are also suffering from drought, fire, and power outages. So where will the power come from? I look forward to your answer and your reassurances. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next public speaker will be Brian Gilmer, and this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item F1. So please engage that hand feature at this time or press *9 if calling in from a landline or a cell phone. So Brian Gilmer.
Good evening, City Council members. I wanted to express my opinions on this topic. I am opposed to the recommendations for a number of reasons. One of the last speakers alluded to the climate change and the fires. The major cause of the fires is the failure of PG&E to transport electricity. The Camp Fire, which killed 85 people and destroyed the town of Paradise, directly responsible was PG&E and the failure of their transmission equipment. The same with the major fires burning through California today. Many of those were started by failures of PG&E to maintain their equipment and support the grid that they have built. So climate is being destroyed. We're pumping millions of tons of pollutants into the air because PG&E can't support their current load. Requiring people to convert from natural gas to more energy consuming devices will just make that matter worse. You need to wait until PG&E can support their grid before enacting these changes. I would also say that cost plays a pretty major factor. One speaker said that he had installed solar and did not require a new panel. I have also installed solar, and I absolutely did require a new panel. My house was built in 1948, and it was unable to handle the power, it did not have the space in it. And that was thousands of dollars of investment in just the panel. A lot of the houses in my neighborhood are knob and tube. They cannot support, huge electrical draw. The upgrades would cost thousands and thousands of dollars. And I think it's just not fair to ask people to do that at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Diane Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. My name is Diane Bailey, and I'm Executive Director of Menlo Spark. I'm speaking in strong support.
Diane, I apologize for the interruption. We're getting a little bit of feedback.
I apologize for that. Okay, I'm going to do my best and hope it's okay. I'm speaking in strong support of all of the EQC recommendations with an equity focus, including ample public outreach, supporting programs for the community, and moving forward to develop and workshop a policy to prevent new gas appliances as they are replaced. I'd like to spend my time relaying some comments submitted to the city just after the deadline today. These came from Jan Pepper, Chief Executive Officer of Peninsula Clean Energy, which is our energy provider. Again, these comments are from Jan Pepper of PCE. And she says, I commend the City Council and the City of Menlo Park for your commitment to achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. You have positioned yourself as leaders in this area. Menlo Park provided leadership in the adoption of new construction building codes, known as REACH codes, which were an example that many other San Mateo County jurisdictions followed. Your current efforts to transitioning out natural gas equipment and appliances to all electric will enable you to further achieve your 2030 carbon neutrality goal. Again, you will provide leadership not only to the county, but to other jurisdictions in the Bay Area, as well as across the state. And using Peninsula Clean Energy's 100% carbon-free electricity assures that this electricity use is from clean sources. Jan Pepper goes on to say, again, this is Jan, not myself, that some have questioned whether the electric grid can handle the transition to all electric buildings. The answer is yes, the electric grid can handle this. She goes on to offer a numerical analysis, which you can find in her public comments if you would like further details. So I'll close by speaking for myself that many others have spoken to the need to act to address the climate crisis, and we're already paying an invisible price in many ways. I hope that you'll move forward to explore these important recommendations discussed here today to phase out gas and meet our climate action plan goals. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Randy Avalos.
Good evening, councilors, and thank you to the EQC for their hard work and dedicated work. I know they've put a lot of effort into it. As pointed out by the EQC in their meetings, what Menlo Park does in reducing greenhouse gases will have marginal effect on climate change. However, if others follow Menlo Park, there's actually a difference. So my concerns are, the goal is not just electrification of Menlo Park, but of the state. So there's a different strategic view of how that's done. And the second concern is the engagement. There's historical precedents for what works and what does not for electrification. So maybe an ask of the city council is to please engage with the public early, not in newspaper, and definitely not in a confined format of city council meeting, but dust off those boots, go door to door, block by block to get engagement and get buy-in. The issue at hand, for direction for EQC to help hone their work to produce the best results with an eye towards that, not just Menlo Park, but the state. Please be open about what works in the planning process and engagement process and what does not work, and share with other communities. Share with Palo Alto, share with others interested in the state. I would ask, direct EQC to study history of electrification, what has worked in the past and what has not. It's over a century of work in electrifying communities, including communities on the margin, Central Valley areas. There's a lot of history there that can be learned from. So learn from the history and inform the future. And then, please build with an eye towards engagement and testing, and not just Menlo Park, but how would that scale across the state and communities that can't afford to subsidize different parts of the community. So there's a lot of unknowns: communication, engagement, financial, supply, physical limits. Trial and error is usually the way to go with that, to learn from those unknowns. So please build an eye towards that. So if Menlo Park looks to lead the state, then please do so in a way that will best help others to follow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Lisa J.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm a Menlo Park resident, and I feel like we are simultaneously somehow not doing enough and not doing it fast enough to address climate change, and also doing it maybe too quickly. I'd really like to see some goals to just eliminate gas plants altogether, because the people around these plants are the ones who are probably suffering the most out of all of us. And especially after this call, I'm hearing that a lot of people really don't want to be forced to electrify for a lot of reasons. And that is probably my primary reason for why I support any sort of ordinance to try to electrify as much as we can. I also want to say that it's really important to really think through implementation and to have a plan for any and all details before this sort of, ordinance goes to vote. And think about how this is really going to affect low-income residents, not only financially, but also any sort of emotional and mental stress that can occur from any sort of unintended consequences. And as hopefully we roll out this plan, to keep iterating on any feedback received from those residents on what works for them and what doesn't. And if we are going to err on the side of anything, there's a lot of really wealthy people, there's a lot of really wealthy businesses in Menlo Park who can definitely afford to take a bigger hit than low-income residents. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker is Goforth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Goforth. I'm really impressed by the work that the EQC, the city staff and consultants have done, and I support their recommendations. I'm pleased to see the strong focus on equity. And as a homeowner, I'm happy that reducing the hassle factor is also part of the package. I'm in the process of electrifying my own approximately 80-year-old home as my aging gas-powered appliances reach the end of their useful lives. Last winter, our gas-powered water heater sprang a leak, and we replaced it with a heat pump water heater and immediately saw a net reduction in our utility bill. And we're now preparing to replace our gas furnace, which has also been operating on borrowed time. We'll be replacing that with a heat pump. A lot of people have cited the costs of doing all this, but I think one thing that's important to keep in mind is that your existing gas appliances aren't going to last forever. You're going to have to incur some kind of cost at some point to replace them. So we're talking about perhaps an additional marginal cost to replace with something that's much more environmentally sound. And as we saw with our heat pump water heater, there are savings that begin to accrue almost immediately, or actually immediately once you do the swap. Another thing I want to emphasize is it's really impossible to overstate the importance of rapidly transitioning away from natural gas. We're talking about methane, which is one of the most powerful greenhouse gases. So reducing methane emissions as quickly as we possibly can is one of the most important and impactful things we can do. And quite frankly, it's absolutely imperative. So I encourage you to proceed with development of an ordinance based on the EQC's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and I'd like to thank all of the public speakers this evening. It's clear that this is an important topic, as it should be for a number of people in our community. I do want to, though, reference one earlier comment about the City Council and its decision-making process. And I just want to say that any regular watcher of Menlo Park City Council meetings know that there is rarely a unanimous agreement on topics, especially impactful topics. There is lots of disagreement and discussion, and that has been the heart of how we've approached a number of issues, and have no doubt that at the heart of how we will approach this issue. I do, obviously, not surprisingly, we're running a little behind on time. And there are other important issues to get to this evening. And so obviously understanding that this is also a very important issue. But what I did want to do is again, this meeting is about sort of providing direction, seeing where the council is, and providing direction into what path to go down. So there isn't a complete analysis across the board on everything. There still needs to be a more thorough legal analysis, certainly a more thorough, in some cases, cost analysis. And so there's lots of additional analysis that needs to be done, and also the specific framing of, if there is to be some sort of ordinance, how that would look. But one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this to the council sooner rather than later is that there is a lot of work involved in getting there. And I want to make sure that we are on a lot of work involved, and a lot of sort of, capital expense on the community's part, on the staff's part, on the council's part. And so I do want to make sure that we're heading down in a direction of which there is a majority of council support. So even though we can't answer all of the questions tonight, I do think we have the ability, we have enough information to answer that one question of what direction does the council want to get, the council as a representative of the community wants to go in at this point. So with that, I'm going to go around the virtual dais and for that period, which I'm not going to necessarily be timing it, but I would ask that my colleagues use that period to ask any sort of questions they have, and then also make some sense of like where they're going, what sort of direction they're thinking of as far as next steps at this moment. And so we'll go around the dais and then see where we are at that. Certainly, I know, obviously the EQC commissioners are here and staff are here, and obviously the city attorney and city manager are here to answer any questions. I will say though, this is not new. We've lived with this for a little time, and we have both, we have all done lots of homework and been and received lots of information. And so while I do think questions are important, for me, and if there is some question that you think is significant and key to where you're at in your decision making, certainly you should ask it. But I am more interested in you telling us what you think than asking questions. And so with that long wind up, I'll now ask if there's anyone who wants to volunteer to go first. Councilmember Wilson, thank you.
I figured someone had to go first, so I'll just jump in here. So thank you, Mayor Combs, and I really want to thank everyone, Rebecca Lucky and the rest of our staff, the EQC, members of the public. And I realize that for a lot of members of the public, we have a pretty high attendance tonight, which is a benefit of our remote meeting. So I'm happy to see so many people here. I just want to, again, maybe reiterate some of the things that have been said about the process. And I think it's wonderful that people are here, and actively civically engaged community is a stronger community. And this might be the introduction to some of city government. So first of all, to reiterate, no vote is taking place tonight. In fact, there's something called the Brown Act, which is a California law requiring that local government be conducted in open and public meetings. And so I haven't had a chance to even hear what my colleagues and fellow council members think on this topic since the last time we met. So this is indeed a study session for us to get to listen to the public, to hear each other's current thinking, and to have a discussion and provide broad feedback to staff. And I know it's been mentioned, but some might be joining late, that this topic, existing building electrification, not new building electrification, that's something that's already passed, but existing building electrification, it comes from the Climate Action Plan. It's also referred to as the CAP. And the CAP analyzes what are the biggest contributors to climate change and gas emissions in Menlo Park. And then it recommends 6 actions that includes everything from transportation, electric vehicles, how to tackle sea level rise, particularly in Bellhaven with levees and adaptation measures. So if you haven't read the full Climate Action Plan, it's a good place to start, and I urge you to do so. And you can find it on our city's website if you just search Climate Action Plan. I've heard a lot of great ideas online, through the emails, on social media, about other ways to tackle Climate Action Plan. And a lot of them are already in our CAP. So, but tonight we're talking about existing building electrification. And I want to repeat that and I'm sure all of my colleagues have been studying and reading and watching all of the comments that are circulating around the community. And I want to rest assured that I have heard every comment and read every concern, as I'm sure we all have. So California is on fire, and the recent UN report is unequivocal, as been mentioned, about the role humans are playing in the threat to our planet. So I'm not going to debate, and I don't think any of us are, whether or not climate change is real. Now, I've seen some comments that assume that decisions have already been made that have in fact not been made. The EQC recommendations that we're discussing tonight are primarily concerned with heaters and furnaces, not appliances such as stoves or dryers that do not require permits. And furthermore, no one is suggesting that a functioning appliance with years left of life be forcibly removed from anyone's home. The recommendation is upon replacement when the appliance reaches end of life. All this being said, I acknowledge and I believe that there are valid concerns coming from the community that need to be addressed, from panel upgrades and whether or not they're needed, to the size of the equipment, whether they fit and how noisy they are,
to grid resilience. These are non-trivial questions and they deserve thoughtful discussion. But this is where public engagement comes in. We need to hold community meetings where residents and stakeholders can ask their questions, just like is happening tonight, express their concerns, share stories, hear answers, and give input on what else needs to be addressed. We need to understand what percentage of Menlo Park homes can be electrified without a panel upgrade, and what percentage needs additional efforts. And we need to hear any and all other concerns. We are not talking about enforcing, implementing, or passing an ordinance at this point. At this stage, we just need to analyze the outline provided to us by the EQC. We need to have public workshops to understand what exemptions and waivers would be needed. And we need a legal analysis, and we need to get a sense of the impacts to the different building stocks in Menlo Park. Once this analysis is done, we can reconvene as a council and a community and determine our next step from there. We must simultaneously move forward with the other programs and policies that the EQC is proposing related to equity, affordability, and feasibility. In addition to the recommendations put forward by the EQC, I would also like to see a pilot targeted at electrifying different building stocks throughout Menlo Park. We need to show, not just tell, that this can be done in a cost-effective manner. The main thing is we need to move. There have been a lot of questions and concerns raised tonight via email and on social media. There's also a lot of support for climate action. It's time to get this conversation into community meetings so we can find out what is indeed possible. Mayor Combs, those are my initial thoughts on what's before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. And thank you. You normally do go first, and so and volunteer, and I appreciate that. Is there anyone who wants to go next? Vice Mayor Nash.
I actually was going to say, since Councilmember Willison and I were the council subcommittee, I think that I would be happy to go, but I think it would be more productive to hear other people first.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor or Councilmember Mueller? Would one of you like to go next? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually had more questions than comments, and so I'm not sure how you want me to handle that. And I think the questions that I have would probably dictate the direction that I give.
Okay, well then let's get to the questions.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead.
No, I was, okay, no, please go.
Okay, so I wanted to find out about the low income turnkey. Is that only for low income? Also, there was mention of using UUT. This would be all of Menlo Park. We would be using UUT for it. How long would that take? And then also, and I'm not sure if Ms. Lucky is still here, but my assumption is that the subcommittee along with staff is making the recommendation, or is this only coming from the EQC and the subcommittee? So those are my initial. And then my fourth question is actually what our former council member brought up, and that's about the power, where the power will come from. So I'll keep it at those for right now, Mayor Combs.
Yeah, whoever on staff is able to answer. I think for some of those questions, there's not a clear answer, but whoever from staff feels that they are from the commission feels that they can begin to answer them, please feel free to come on and do. And we ask again that you be very efficient in your answer. I will say though that like this recommendation, as I understand it, is from the EQC. There certainly is no staff recommendation here. for anything regarding direction. So I'm not sure whether it is also the subcommittee's recommendation, but I think not. Again, I think the heart of that is that this was unanimously or 6-0 voted on by the EQC. And so I know that was your last question. And so then I'll let others. I saw that Ms. Lucky came on. I know that Mr. Cabot has his hand up. So either one of you can endeavor to tackle the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and Councilmember Taylor, for your questions. And thank you again, Mayor Combs. That is what I was going to say. So staff hasn't made a formal recommendation. We're awaiting direction from tonight and really just wanting to understand the community and your feedback on the cost effectiveness analysis. We have evaluated opportunities and challenges of the EQC's recommendations. But I'll let the EQC commissioners speak to some of the specific questions about some of the recommendations made and answer any follow-up questions regarding kind of city funds or revenue and possible programs. Thanks.
This is Tom Cabot, a environmental quality commissioner. And so what the full commission voted on was that suggestion that a policy be developed for a low-income turnkey program where the devices would be installed for the low-income customers. And primarily the analysis looked at the 1,400 customers on the PG&E low-income assistance rate called the CARE rate. And so also we took a look at the amount of money that would be available if the UUT was allowed to rise to the voter approved levels that it was set at years ago. And that was enough to cover the electrification of those 1,400 homes over the course of about 10 years of collecting those funds. So there was that match there. And then I did have a talk today with, I was a utility resource lead planner for a city for gas and electric utilities. I talked to my counterpart at PG&E, one of their strategic planners, about how PG&E is looking at these types of things. And she said that the electrifying the buildings is not viewed as problematic at all for PG&E. They're ready for that. The thing that's got them working hard on is all of the high-powered car charging that's going in. And so it's these first wave of car chargers are going in that are kind of uncontrolled, and people are picking very large opulent chargers that charge their car in an hour instead of taking a leisurely 8 hours and not overheating the battery. So anyway, PG&E was saying they are planning to work on all of this, and that the buildings are not the problem they face, it's the cars.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot. Councilmember Taylor, does I couldn't remember all your questions, so let me know what still is an open question for you, or whether that covered all of what you were asking.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I think for now that covers it.
Okay.
My concern is the timeline, and then also having a holistic approach. I know that the policy is right now that's being proposed is related to our low income residents in Menlo Park, but that would be citywide. The number 1,400 is citywide. It's not specific to one area, is my guess. Those are my initial thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Mueller, and then I'll share my thoughts. And then what I will do is I appreciate it, Councilmember Willison going first, and or actually we'll go back to the Vice Mayor to provide sort of more open-ended comments, but to give you a preview. What then we're going to do is we're going to go through one by one these 4 recommendations, and we're going to specifically give direction on them. Like, and so, because I think that is important, we need to understand like where for these different items there is a majority of support. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to Councilmember Mueller, and then I'll come back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just my apologies for having the camera off so much this evening, but I'm recovering from a herniated disc in my neck, and it can be painful. So so I keep the camera off. This evening, so at the outset, I want to say to everyone, I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I appreciate the community feedback that's come from this. Up until this point, it's very much been an advocacy environment. And so people are going to advocate on all sides of the issue, and so they should. The issue before council is how to set policy out of that advocacy framework. And so I'm going to try to just sort of stick to the items that we're talking about. On the UUT, on the issue of using UUT, I appreciate the goals and objective of using the UUT. However, I have a little bit of concern about when the UUT was adopted, that it wasn't foreseeable it would be used in this manner. And that is an issue, especially in an environment where the city has potentially mixed opinion on the program to begin with. I think that is problematic. Now, I think that can be solved with an advisory vote. It wouldn't make sense to go out for the UUT again, obviously, because it's already been passed, but you can do an advisory vote to ask the public and sort of ratify use of the UUT in this manner. If that's something that the council, if we get down the road to a point that that there are measures within the cap that we want to use the UUT for. So I would myself would require an advisory vote on the UUT before we implement it in this fashion, just as good government. With respect, and I appreciate Councilmember Wollaston raising the issues of pilot. It's interesting when you do, in any other environment, when you're getting ready to scale, and that's really what we're talking about here, sort of the scale of a program. You do your research, and then you set your goals, you do your research, you craft a plan, and a plan has been presented to us now and been crafted, but what's been murky within the next step and what I think is causing issues is that it's gone from craft a plan to scale. And it's skipping the pilot step, and the pilot step is really important because it identifies all of the unknowns and builds trust in the plan. And right now, candidly, there's a lot of questions that when we ask them as a council member, we get an analogy to someone else, to like one person or another person's lived experience, but we don't know if that's going to scale across the city of our size. And the problem is that if you scale something too quickly without well-designed pilots, you run the risk of creating quite a mess and actually setting yourself back and potentially even killing your project. So I really would want well-designed pilot. The other thing that I think is absolutely essential this project would move really. So I want that to happen before we get to an ordinance crafting stage. And I'm not even sure still that I support an ordinance. So before we pick up the issue of discussing ordinance, I'd want to understand the data from those pilots, because the data from pilots then informs the method to scale with which you scale. But I think it's really important also, we talk about doing outreach in the context of traditional city outreach. Well, we often, there's different approaches to doing that. What we do sometimes is we go and we hold community meetings and people put dots on, or we, you know, or we try different methods. But I would suggest that in this circumstance, what I would want to do, because this is very similar to, because it has a financial impact on the pocketbook of residents, is that we would actually go ahead and do polling. We would hire a firm like Godby, and we would do polling, and it would not be push polling, but it would be able, I think that taking data like that sets a baseline of what the community expectation is and what work you have to do before you move forward. So I hope all of those things are helpful. They certainly don't. I certainly am not in a position tonight where I'm just not saying that taking action on a cap and moving forward is something that that I don't support. I do support, and I think everyone knows I support moving forward with the climate action policies. But I think what's really important is that we do it in a way that's paced and that builds trust within the community, and candidly brings the data points necessary to understand that we're implementing the very best in policy. So those would be my goals, and then that would be my input. And then after we do those things, then we have the discussion about whether or not it's an ordinance or whether or not there are other methods of implementation and what needs to occur for that to take place. So I very much appreciate everybody's work on this, and I will pass comment to Mayor Combs.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Vice Mayor Nash, did you want to go before we go around again?
Actually, I'd like to hear your comments, and then I'd be happy to give mine. Thank you.
No, totally fair. So, you know, my thinking on even though there has been lots of information shared, of which I've appreciated, and I have gotten enough of an education through this to know that I am really not that educated about some of these topics, which is really sort of scary. My approach has always been that I thought that we should approach this more of it as a carrot than a stick. And I know that doesn't deliver, and I appreciate that doesn't deliver the change at the pace that is needed. But I don't see, honestly, how if we're looking specifically at an ordinance, how that's actually successful. I don't think that there's been enough sort of groundwork of understanding what are going to be the thousands of different impacts, right? I don't think that there has been, we don't have that. We don't have at the city level the infrastructure. This is an additional sort of, you know, regulatory requirement that we're going to impose on residents, and obviously have the city have the city oversee. And I have concerns about how that all sort of pans out. Today, one of the most common complaints I get from residents is about the city permitting process, and specifically how long it takes to even for even very small like projects, like, you know, bathroom renovations. And so I don't see then how we throw this on top of that when we're starting from as I see it, zero. Like we really don't have the expertise in the city at this moment to really even begin to understand what the regulatory infrastructure would look like. And so again, like I have a number of concerns about like how this would actually be implemented. And so from my perspective, like I think the next step forward would be to, and again, I'm going to sort of do what I'm going to ask all of you to do, and that is that looking at this very much from the framing of the recommendations, and the first recommendation, adopt an ordinance to prohibit the installation of new gas equipment in buildings throughout the city. I would, you know, my vote would be to set this aside I think it is, we're not there, even if we wanted to. And I don't think that, I think having that over this engagement going forward will frame it in a way that doesn't allow, I think, for us really to sort of get the engagement with residents that we want. You raise your hand, Vice Mayor Nash. And
I did, thank you. I was wondering, since this is a EQC report, staff has not had evaluated it. I was wondering if we could, when talking about recommendations, we could actually look at the EQC recommendations and be looking at those 5 points and discussing those 5 points.
So
one of the last slides from that.
Okay, well, does someone want to, I mean, I was working off of the staff report. If someone wants to bring up that slide, then I can work off of that.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, so allow the YouTube, well, I think this is sort of approaches it backwards, to be honest. Like the first question is where are you at on the, before you even get to this issue of the UT, to be honest. So I would say allow the UT to be collected at approval. Like my decision is that we set aside this issue of the ordinance at this moment. And so I don't think then the issue of the UT are identify partners for financing programs, including specific low-income turnkey programs. It seems like to me a lot of this is under the infrastructure of a mandate, of a regulatory requirement. I am in favor of number 3, reducing the developed programs proposal to reduce the hassle factor for business owners. I definitely support that. That's I think that's number 3 also on the staff report. Again, sort of begin outlining ordinance. No. So 4, I make clear, and I think obviously, like I said, I think this is backwards. I think 4 is should be number 1. Begin formal public engagement immediately. I think a lot of that formal engagement is connected to a proposed mandate. I think if you're looking for like programs that reduce the hassle factor, then I don't necessarily think there has to be much public engagement. You just start developing them. And again, the public will interact with them on a voluntary basis. And so I don't think you need to spend months sort of, road testing a process that is voluntary. You'll get some sense from whether they engage it or not. I see that as something directly tied to the idea of having a mandate. Develop long-term plan roadmap to hit my way. But the other one, it would be again like my focus would be on hassle-free, and I'll use that word because that was used by the presenters. But I really would take issue. I mean, the words we use are very important, and to use the word hassle, I think minimizes what we're talking about in a not like accurate way. What we're talking about are people's quality of life, like, right? What they see as like the fundamental underpinnings of their quality of life, and how that's how those services delivered. And if we're to use a program or think of a program, what people see as their quality of life, then I think you wouldn't say it's a hassle if people have to wait months for permits to be able then to have hot water. It's not a hassle. It's fundamentally necessary that you're getting it right. And so again, like the words we use are important, and I don't think using the word hassle is appropriate here, given that we're talking about, again, services related to how people define their quality of life. And so develop a long-term map, again, focus be on really sort of developing programs that engage residents on a voluntary basis, so we can actually see what is all entailed in rolling out, and people making a transition to electricity when it comes to delivery of their hot water, when it comes to their home heating, cooling options. And so that's where I am. And so they changed the slide on me. First, we were working off the EQC slide. First, and then there's this. And so, but my desire will be to have, like, specifically us go through and make sure that we're giving direction. And for me, the lead is where is the direction on the ordinance, and I think everything else will flow from that. Is the direction here from a majority of the council to consider with this idea of an ordinance or not? And then I think, like I said, the other things will quickly come into place. So with that, Vice Mayor Nash, you're up.
Thank you. Okay, I'm doing this no notes. I'm just going to try and react to what I've heard. I guess my first comment is, I think that, well, actually, I really appreciate all the comments from the public and all the effort that's been put in with the just hours and hours of not only trying to put this together, but also all the work that's been done on the climate action plan. And then very much the comments from my fellow council members. I think that all of this shows me, well, first of all, I think we absolutely must get public engagement now. I think it was just looking at all of the comments that have been made on CCIN here, and then especially newspaper articles and on Nextdoor. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of lack of information and just lack of what we're doing. And I think that it's really important to go out to the public and to be explaining what is the climate action plan that the city has adopted. What is cap number 1? And this whole idea of building electrification, which is one of the priorities of the council this year. And just why would it, why are we doing this? The fact that 41% of our greenhouse gases come from buildings, and that it actually is something that's beneficial both to the planet, but also just to individuals. And as has been stated in the public comment. And then get some ideas of, we need to find out what is, as has been stated, and especially as Councilmember Willison stated, we need to know more about what is in the community. What do the residents, the residential homes, the multifamily, the single family, what do they all look like in the community? We need more information on that so we can make good decisions. There's a lot of information. Well, again, like with the electric grid, we are currently, as Jan Pepper, the executive director of Peninsula Clean Energy said, we are currently, Menlo Park, San Mateo County is on 100% carbon-free energy right now. So, and it's something, I sit on the board there as an elected official and we vote regularly on new contracts for extra electricity. And we just did one last week for geothermal electricity. There is plenty of work making sure that we have enough electricity in the grid, and it's going to be clean electricity for Menlo Park. That's not true of every city, especially in the states or further, but Menlo Park will have enough clean electricity to carry us through this effort. There's just an abundance of questions out there that need to be answered in not in social media, in a way that we can have a dialogue in and find out what are people's concerns, which concerns really do need to be, are hurdles, and which concerns do we already know some answers to. I certainly think when we're talking about this ordinance, or whatever we decide it is, we're talking about furnaces and water heaters. Certainly, especially water heaters when they go out, and we're talking about replace on burnout, replace when they go down. You need something immediately. So we have to get systems in place. We have to have them developed to be able to handle this. There are other organizations out there that are doing it. One that I saw a presentation of that I think is fabulous and would love to see emulated at some level. I don't think it's especially a city project, but essentially your water heater goes out, you call a number, and within 24 hours, you have an electric water heater to replace your gas water heater installed in your house. It's that simple. And that is up and running in the Sacramento area. That's the sort of thing that we need to be able to do. And so I guess what I'm saying is we need community outreach. I actually am supportive of the ordinance, the various measures of the developing an ordinance. All it means is, as we're doing community outreach, we need to be gathering this information and putting it into a framework for something that would work as an ordinance. I don't believe that we have time to waste. Our District 1 is facing sea level rise, and we need to make sure that the climate is not warming further, so that we need to make sure that the levees that we will be building will be sufficient. So I guess I support I support starting to look at what an ordinance would look like, adopting an ordinance. That actually is why I was preferred the EQC. The EQC does not actually say adopt an ordinance. We are not in any way ready to adopt an ordinance. We do not know what it looks like, but we should. I believe that we should be proceeding to do that. Protect low-income residents by providing direct funding and considering rental protections. Yes, I think we should be looking at doing a program like that. I personally would like to see something like the turnkey program available to everyone, or look at, can it be available to everyone? And then the amount of what a resident would pay, what a homeowner would pay, would be different depending on their financial situation, and that we have special funding for the low income, so that if you're a low income resident citywide, you are not paying out of pocket for this. That there's also a brand new program from PCE. It's the on-bill financing. It is available to any PCE customer. There's no limits to your financial situation. It's an on-bill. It's on-bill financing, $0 down, 0% up to $10,000 over 10 years, and it comes straight off of your. It's included. It's about a $20 increase, as my understanding, on your monthly electric bill. So it makes all of this much more affordable for everyone. And then I think we will learn more about the hassle factor. I understand what you're saying, but we need to make this something that is easy if we are going to implement it. I think that it has to be, before we roll anything out, we have to, all of us believe that it will be a successful program. So we need so much information to go into that before we can roll anything out. All of this is gathered through community input, through more staff and EQC analysis. And then, yes, develop a long-term roadmap plan to phase out natural gas. So I'm sorry, without notes, this is even more disjointed, but I hope I'm answering most of the questions. I do actually have a couple questions that come from the discussion, and that's, I would like staff to let us know what about commercial. I think that it's something that we need to know as we're looking at all of this. What is the percent of greenhouse gases from existing buildings, existing commercial buildings, and what can be done for that? I know that the reason why it wasn't included at this point was because it wasn't part of the cost-effective study yet, but I certainly think that that's something that we should also be looking at. And we definitely, we must do something with the permitting and streamlining, simplifying permitting if this is going to be a successful program. So, and I guess that my final question would be we know we have about 1,400 care customers. I don't know what the percentage of renters versus homeowners is, and how would we deal with the homeowners would definitely need assistance. Renters are not going to be paying directly for these upgrades. So how would just ideas about how all of that would work and how we would make sure, again, with there's no evictions based on these upgrades.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Nash, for those comments, and my apologies to the extent that my internet has not been stable. I do want to go and just make sure that, like, so from what I'm hearing from you, that you're supportive of the drafting of an ordinance, or at least like keeping that on the table as an option.
Actually, would you mind going to the because it also includes the UUT, if we could go to the
So what do you want to go to? Which
the EQC version of the staff recommendations?
Right. So I'm just waiting for someone on staff to pull that up because I don't. Okay, so the allow the UUTs. So I would have you as a yes on that.
So I'm in favor of doing the UUT now, because what we would be doing is starting to collect money. And I would like to see it to support building decarbonization, to not specifically address it in one, we need to figure out what the programs are. So yes, I'm in favor of the UUT. I'm in favor of starting to look at the identifying partners for funding and financing programs and what's out there, and also the specific low-income turnkey program, which I'm not sure if people are aware of. The Block Power, Danelle, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, is Block Power is one of the organizations that does turnkey low-income programs. And I believe others can probably speak more to that because of Brown Act reasons I was not there. If there's interest. I am in favor of developing proposals to reduce hassle factor for building owners. Agree that that could be stated differently. And beginning to outline the ordinance, and absolutely beginning formal public engagement immediately. I don't know how we do that. I know that our current public engagement manager has more than enough to do with the housing element. Well, you know what is all there, but I think that that's incredibly important to get that started and start getting a dialogue with the public, and also educating people with what's out there. Actually, just one more point, and that's, I think that is, as part of that, we would be letting people know what is available. PCE currently has a number of incentive programs. As people learn about these incentive programs, I would hope that there will be more voluntary moves to Electrify, and that again will be some of the pilot, some of the experience that we can then use for the developing an ordinance. And I definitely support the developing a long-term roadmap. So I'm yes across the board.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I have you. I've just, for my purposes, put the sort of funding financing programs, UUT together, and I have you as supportive of exploring keeping an ordinance on the table. And I appreciate you said you don't think we're there yet, but you
Oh my gosh,
want to.
I don't think we even know what it looks like yet.
Yeah. But you want to keep it as an option, the hassle factor, supportive of roadmap, supportive of public engagement. And so okay, so I'm gonna so then who next wants to go? And just so it's clear that like I'll go back and now and use this specific rubric. So I'm not supportive of the keeping the ordinance on the tables for the things. I mean, I don't see it as being sort of workable, and I think it like I said, cast a sort of a cloud over this process that makes it I think more contentious than it needs to be. I see the UUT as directly correlated to and related to the ordinance. In theory, like identifying funding and financing programs, I'm supportive of that. Like if, again, as long as we're talking about like voluntary programs, and I would see that as actually rolling into the sort of develop programs to reduce hassle factor for building owners. Again, supportive of that. Develop begin formal public engagement immediately. Again, I don't know where the resources are to do that. And to me, I think, again, like if we are talking about an ordinance or keeping that on the table, yes, we do need to begin that engagement. Again, like I'm not so committed to the idea of, or I'm actually opposed to the idea of the ordinance. So that's why for me, I don't know that we need an as robust public engagement factor. And develop long-term again, like for me, looking at in an area of what I see as a resource constraints, I would like to focus on developing programs, developing as robust as possible voluntary programs, and that's where I want to put the focus. And so, in that sense, I would probably be a no on the long-term plan road mapping. Although I think I prefer the way it was phrased by staff. And so that's where I am. And so I've gone, Councilmember Vice Mayor Nash has gone, and then Councilmember Taylor, you have your hands up. So I'm going to go with you next.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to follow up on something Vice Mayor Nash said, if that's all right. And that was about a program that Sacramento does. Is that an ordinance? And then we don't need an ordinance to have something like that, was my understanding from what you stated.
I heard about it through PCE as a utility program. I don't know if there's an ordinance around it or not. And
thank you. And to implement any of the suggestions here, taking the ordinance off the table, we don't necessarily need the ordinance to do that. Or do we?
I would say no. Like, right, the ordinance can be separated out. Although I think that, like, when you talk about sort of allowing the UUT actually effective rate to raise, gathering those funds, I think it probably makes more sense if again you're using it to help residents who have something they have to comply with on a mandatory basis. But even I think that even the legal analysis on using the UUT in that regard is out, and certainly I'm not the city's lawyer and not offering legal advice on that. But yeah, I think outside of, I think everything else can in theory be independent of the ordinance. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I think that the point of the ordinance is it actually would get the, depending if it was done, who did it, it would actually get enough people to be changing to make a program like that viable.
The UUT program or the one?
No, I'm sorry. This would be for the 1-800 number for a program for emergency water heater replacement.
Okay, yeah.
Would have to have that. And actually, as I just want to make sure people know, there's the ordinance is basically, we have no idea what it looks like yet. If we were to have one, when it would be implemented, anything like that. It's just a matter of, is this a climate issue which we need to address?
Okay. Yeah, and so I do want to sort of, again, and thank you very much for that comment, Vice Mayor Nash. I did want to, again, like take a break after we conclude this discussion and then move on to the appeals that we have. And so I would just ask that, like, again, we're not in a scenario where all of questions can be answered. I think we have to, like, sort of make, there is lots of information, lots of questions have been answered. And so I'm just going to sort of really ask us to sort of focus on giving the staff direction on where we're at. So Councilmember Willison.
All right, I'll follow your lead here. Thank you, Mayor Combs. So first of all, it was really wonderful hearing all of your comments. Like I mentioned, we haven't gotten to hear where each other's at. So it's just nice to finally be able to talk about this. And I just want to say it's really clear that everyone on council really cares about climate change and the future and our kids, and we all want to act. And I think it's also really clear that none of us want to overburden the residents, and we don't want to force them to do things that that they can't do, or that they can only do if they bang through walls and run wires and have to move out of the area because they can't afford a certain upgrade. So I just want to put that I think there's a lot of that we have in common and a lot of things that we share here. I think the key is if we want to achieve the goal outlined in our climate action plan that was adopted last year, which is 95% electrification for buildings, we have to be bold and we have to do things. So with that being said, going through this list, I think, yes, we should collect UUT. I want to point out that the voters approved it. I don't believe it has any restrictions on how we can use it. And we currently, Menlo Park has one of the lowest UUTs collected in the area. So we're totally under most areas. Second one, yes, identify funding. We have to lead with equity and we have to get the affordability component. Develop program proposals, absolutely. And I would include that emergency water heater program that Vice Mayor Nash mentioned. I would also ask that staff work with the EQC on those proposals because there's a lot of expertise there. Beginning outline the ordinance. Okay, this is, do we keep it on the table or do we not keep it on the table? And again, if we're going to try to hit that climate action goal that was approved last year, we have to keep it on the table. It doesn't mean it's going to go to the finish line, but I'm not ready to say we're not going to do it yet. We have so many things we can explore. And by having a framework, something to present, to analyze, to do legal analysis, to have people weigh in on what their concerns are, to figure out exemptions and waivers, we can do this, but we can't do it if we take it off the table. So that's going to require a formal public engagement immediately. Oh, did I mention the pilot? I want to add in that pilot here. I'm not sure which bucket it's or exactly what it looks like, but again, it's kind of a comfort level thing. And I think we can, I know we have limited staff resources and we might have to prioritize. I'm hoping staff is going to come back at the next meeting and kind of tell us what to do there. So I guess I'm yeses, but I appreciate this on the table framing, because I don't think any of us know what's going to happen as we investigate more and find out, are these edge cases like 90% of the cases, or are they like 5 or 2% of the cases? Can we build in exemptions and waivers for them? We don't know, but we won't know if we take everything off the table too soon. So I appreciate you allowing me to give that perspective. And I really appreciate the tone of this conversation. I think we all want to do right and work together to come up with the best outcome for our residents. So thank you.
Okay. Cool, thank you, Councilmember Wilson. So now I'm going to go to Councilmember Mueller. I just want to, so like I have you as a no on the UUT, but I do want to go through this sort of, specific specifically on, and I think I have you as a yes on with regards to the item 3 on this list, the hassle factor, and I think you could sort of throw in the pilot into that. You could either throw the pilot into that, or you could throw it into the public engagement. But I know that you're supportive of that. What I don't know is where you're at with regards to keeping that ordinance on the table or not. This long-term roadmap for meeting cap 1. Those are I'm not clear of.
I appreciate that, and I apologize if I wasn't clear enough to begin with. So at the outset, I have to say I'm a little uncomfortable just with the framing of the summary of EQC recommendation versus staff recommendation. At the outset, I just want to comment that it's really important to set clear parameters as to who is crafting the city recommendations and how these are framed. The EQC is an advisory body, and it does great work, and I appreciate all of their work. But at the end, when we get to a point that we're actually creating city work product, really needs to come from city staff, so that it has the air of unbiasedness and also the air that the city professional staff has looked at this and given their recommendations through the city, through city management. I really, and I say that not to indicate that there's been anything done wrong, but when you're trying to build trust in a community, in an advocacy environment, I think that those procedures of good government are very important to follow. But I will, because my colleagues have adopted going down this pattern, comment on these in this fashion. But in the future, I really encourage everyone to really sort of try to create that clear delineation when it gets to the point of creating public policy. So at the outset, looking at number 1, allowing UUT to be collected, I am a no on that right now.
Yeah, I'm still in my meeting. Oh,
no worries.
Sorry.
Totally understand. But who's asking you if you're still in the meeting? You're going to be in the meeting a long time. But anyway, the UUT not comfortable with implementing. So there's been some comments about that. I'm not comfortable implementing tax for a vague reason without programmatic definition around that. To say that we don't even know what the taxes will be used for yet, but we should start collecting them now. Philosophically, I'm not comfortable with raising taxes on our public when we don't know what we're going to use them for. We just think, well, other people have large taxes too, and we have, we want to address things like this, so it's great to have revenue for it. Like, I don't think there are too many people in our city in the middle of COVID, the COVID pandemic, who are fighting all sorts of various circumstances to just think, well, we can raise taxes, so let's do it, when we don't have the programmatic need specifically assigned yet to it. So I really have not been persuaded by that, and wouldn't be comfortable for that. Now, if later on in the process we do identify a clear programmatic need to use that UUT, I'd want probably an advisory vote for that purpose, if it wasn't clear to me that it was something that was considered by the voting public at the time it was passed. And I also would just, I point out to my colleagues, while our UUT might be lower than a couple of the other cities near us, a lot of the cities in San Mateo County don't even have UUT. And when I mention to them that we do, they think it's amazing we ever were able to get it passed to begin with. So I realize, I think Redwood City has a higher one, but they're an outlier. A lot of cities don't have them at all. The problem, and that sort of belies the fact that I think as time passes and we get closer to 2030, Sacramento is actually going to be in a much better position to create funding mechanisms for this type of work. And so I would be really interested in and working with our state legislatures to try to support efforts around providing funding for these issues. Moving away from the UUT, identifying partners for funding and financing programs. Yeah, I mean, of course. And again, I think the state legislature is actually going to be in a really good position to help us with that. But I also want to encourage everybody to think beyond just low-income turnkey programs. We have a lot of families in Menlo Park who paid for their mortgages at the very top of that they could afford, and are sitting in homes that they would love to remodel and can't afford it. And if it turns out that it's knob and tube and it's a big expense, those families will have just as much difficulty. And also there are a lot of families who are on fixed incomes who have been here for a long time, and a major expense can hurt them. It's just to think that there could be financial impact only on low income families, I think is actually narrowing the universe of who could be adversely impacted. Certainly we want to address low income, and we should, but the universe will include others who could be adversely impacted by unforeseen costs if we were to scale this without knowing true impact. Developing program proposals to reduce hassle factor. Yeah, of course. But I think for me specifically, I want to see pilot programs. I think and I commented on that before, I think it's really important at this stage now to go out and to do pilots to identify what those factors are, and not just hassle, but so cost, infrastructure, time delay in terms of finding appropriate contractors, really identify all those things. But yes, I think that work can be done on that. But I also want to say at the outset, when we're looking at all of the work and all of this, although it's not in this list, I really believe we need to go out and do polling of our general public at this time. If we do polling, if we go back, so for instance, we go back and we do polling.
Councilmember, I am going to ask you to be cognizant where we are trying to get to the other items tonight. So I just want asking for, as I have with everyone, an efficient use of words in your points.
I believe we need to do polling now at this time before we proceed. We could find out that a large percentage of the public didn't want to move forward with this, and that it was going to be DOA on arrival unless there was some significant needle moving. It would be a lot of resources that were wasted in the development of the plan. So I'd like to see Doc Godbead go out and do polling, non-push polling that was done by the city government. With respect to number 4, begin outlining ordinance to prohibit the installation of new gas appliances. I think it's a misnomer to indicate whether or not it would be on the table or off the table at this time. Saying right now that I don't want to begin outlining the ordinance doesn't mean it would be off the table at a later date. I can't foresee what would happen at a later date after the data is collected. But I don't think until the data is collected in 3 that we can go ahead and begin outlining the ordinance now. And it doesn't take that long to outline an ordinance once you have all your data. So I'm not ready to begin outlining the ordinance yet. I also think it's fait accompli and will undermine trust in the process if we start saying we're doing ordinance drafting already. With respect to number 5, begin formal engagement immediately. Yes, and again, I spoke early on it, but yes, that includes polling, which I think is really important to understand, because if we just do formal engagement, whatever that may be, but we don't understand where the public is presently, it could be for naught. And number 6, develop a long-term plan roadmap to meet cap number 1 goal. I think that falls within everything we've talked about. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Taylor. So, and just so, I mean, as I understand it, I have Councilmember Mueller is not in supportive of the UT, not saying a yay or nay on the ordinance, but certainly I didn't hear that going from this meeting, you want the staff to prioritize outlining or drafting an ordinance. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so Mayor Combs, I thought I was clear, and I'll say it again. I don't support the beginning of the outlining of the ordinance at this time.
Okay, cool. All right, and have you supportive of the other of the other items? Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
And that doesn't.
Wait, hold on. I'm not supportive of the. Mayor Combs, respectfully, I think I'll just ask staff to go back and identify what I'm supportive of and not, because I'm not supportive of all of the other items, and I've indicated pretty clearly.
Well, I thought that you were supportive of the hassle factor, of which you said could encompass the pilot idea. I thought that you were also supportive of the roadmap. What did I not?
But I've indicated I'm not supportive of allowing the UUT at this time.
Yeah. I have you as not. This is when I say the roadmap, I'm number 6. That's not. I have you as no on as no on the UUT, but I did have you as supportive of when I said the other ones. I meant the roadmap, the engagement, of which you added the idea of polling, and of the hassle factor, of which you also added the idea of a pilot program as part of that.
Yeah, but the comment I was making when politely and correctly you told me to move along was, I really want to see the polling I think polling is going to affect and whether we revisit these other things or not, and in what order and how much resources we put to them.
Okay, which is totally fair. And that's fine. And I've registered that. I've only heard that from you. And so, and if other council member want to add that in, then they're certainly free to. But that's how I was proceeding. If you think that anything sort of is, obviously, whatever is staff, my official sort of account of where people are is an idea to move the meeting along. It is obviously not the record of the meeting of where people stand. That is to be registered by staff. But I did want to provide some clarity, at least to all of us in this moment, about where we were. Because I think it could get lost. And again, like, we can have 1,000 different, subsidiary conversations. And I think that the staff and the public is left not clear where we are. And so someone throws out pilot, someone throws out polling. Where are people at on that? I don't know. Is in the game here is where is there support for a majority? So we can all throw out 1,000 different ideas, but what I'm trying to understand is where is there support of free members of this body to move forward? And so that's what I'm attempting to do here.
Fair enough. Can I ask, is there support amongst my colleagues for doing any polling at this time before we move on to the other items? So, because I'm afraid we'll go through 1 through 6 and then be done. So since polling is a new issue, I just would ask, we don't have to do it right now. I don't mean to interrupt Councilmember Taylor, but before we finish, I'd really appreciate if everyone could weigh in on whether or not they would support non-push polling being conducted by the city right now, so that we could identify where the public is on these issues and establish a baseline of what work needs to be done.
And just so I'm understanding, Councilmember Mueller, so I can frame it so I can understand it, and hopefully maybe this is helpful to others on the council. You're seeing go to polling as the first step, everything pause, go poll, and then come back to the council? Or are you seeing poll simultaneously while all of these other things are happening too?
Well, I mean, candidly, Mayor Combs, I think the polling can be conducted within a month's time. So I'm not sure how much all of this will move along in a month's time anyway. So I just would like the polling to be conducted within the next month, but that start to occur. And I think that's really necessary to understand a baseline of where the public is on these issues. Okay. And we can decide at that point, after that polling information comes back, how big of a lift it is to move forward and what needs to be accomplished from that polling.
Okay. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I am not in support of a poll. I would be in support as part of the community engagement survey to collect concerns, stories, situations, questions that residents have regarding what we're doing, but I'm not interested in a poll. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other council support for a poll? Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, and the only thing I just wanted to identify with respect to a poll is that it's not uncommon for jurisdictions and agency to do polling of the public before implementing a measure that would may have a fiscal impact. School districts and agencies often do polling before pursuing bond measures or pursuing tax measures. And since the UUT is one of the things being discussed here, as well as measures that may cost Menlo Park families money, I don't think it's outside the realm of what's acceptable. I actually think it's standard. It would be pretty accepted practice to go and ask the public what they believe about this. And I think it would provide us the most scientific baseline of where the community is on these issues. And if we're going to proceed forward, what is the big lift in order to gain some community support for this going forward?
Okay, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. To do polling now without doing education first does not make any sense to me.
Okay, I'll just where I stand of the polling is that like I think that there are fundamentals missing from what's being proposed here, and that again it goes to like the lack of city infrastructure and a lack of real understanding of what the impact on residents would be. And so even for me, let's say that like part of the idea of a poll would be that maybe we're moving in a direction that is not popular with the residents of Menlo Park. So in considering this ordinance, like even if that poll came back and it showed that the community was overwhelmingly in support of the ordinance, to me, my fundamental concerns still remain that we really lack the ability to implement it. And we lack an understanding of all the impacts. And so what that would show to me is that like a majority of the public support something that I don't think is really doable at the moment. And so for me, what I want to do is understand the extent to how doable is it? Let's, what are all the factors that are necessary, and let's actually see a number of examples. And so for me, that's why I would not necessarily be supportive of the poll. Again, because again, what I am supportive of is going forward as robustly as possible with a slew of sort of voluntary programs. And there I don't think there's a need for a poll to do that. So okay, with that, I will turn to Council Member Taylor and hope that she is willing to follow my rubric to some degree.
Definitely, Mayor Combs. And I have a question that does not have to be answered this evening. How long did it take us to reach our last cap? Because this isn't the first time we've had a goal. So just thinking about how long things take. And just since the time that I've been on council, we've passed at least 4 climate resolutions. And I don't believe that we have done any of the work in it other than pass the cap. I am supportive of everything on this list except the ordinance. I would consider it later down the line once we have a little bit more information specific to the city of Menlo Park. I would love to see to develop a long-term roadmap to meet all of the CAP goals. This is just one, and considering how much input we've had from residents in Menlo Park and folks interested in climate, our climate action plan, I would like to see all the CAPs up there because they're all important as far as I'm concerned. And my last comment is that the outreach is extremely important. I was trying to use the staff's list of questions, and I think there's just one difference. I think they put 2 in 1 or something along those lines. But I think the outreach is extremely important. I do not see all the comments on Nextdoor, but there's definitely been a lot, so that I've been told. And what I have read, I want to make sure that our residents in the city have all the accurate information that's needed. They need to be informed as to what's going on. And then the last item on the list had to do with a polling. I think it's too soon. At the moment, especially if we're going to pay for a consultant. There may be some simpler ways to gather information, like SurveyMonkey. At any rate, I believe I've answered or followed your rubrics.
Yes, and I am forever appreciative. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So if Ms. Lucky, if you could come back on, so I'm going to sort of walk through, I think, where I see these. And I do want to say, I think that Councilmember Mueller made a valid point about sort of how we proceed and what foundation we use for framing these discussions, and his sense or critique that we should be using the city staff's framing. I think that's a valid point. I was supportive of Vice Mayor Nash's suggestion to switch to the EQC's framework because this is an EQC recommendation. My sense was that I'll take it as they are presenting it directly. But again, I think you made a valid point, Councilmember Mueller. But so Ms. Lucky, thank you for coming back on. As I understand it, essentially there is a majority support for everything except for except for the ordinance. So begin outlining ordinance to prohibit the installation of a new gas appliance that require permits. My sense is that only had support from 2 council members, and that 3 council members were not supportive. And then the other items had a majority council support of varying degrees. Let me know where you're at on that analysis.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I have been taking notes. I think Assistant City Manager Nick Figueros has been keeping a really good tally digitally rather than my handwritten notes, and he can project those on the screen if you desire. Oh, are you not able to hear me?
We can hear you, Rebecca.
Oh, okay, thank you. So yes, it looks like based on the tally being presented, that the EQC's recommendations move forward, except for number 5, which is outlining the ordinance to ban gas equipment and appliances in all buildings at this time.
Are there any concerns from the dais on this analysis?
So I'll just add, if I can, just add one more kind of clarification, because I know there's expectations on timelines. So I think what we can do is look at these recommendations and figure out the timeline and scope to get the resources needed and kind of carry forward the council's intention and bring that back very shortly.
Okay, that sounds good to me. With that, I think we can close this agenda item unless someone thinks otherwise. Okay, all right. So we'll close this agenda item. Thank you to the EQC for all the work you've done. Also, thank you, Ms. Lucky and the rest of staff. I know it's challenging being the first really go out there and propose comprehensive change. I think your efforts are very much appreciated. With that, we'll take a 10-minute dinner break and come back at 8:32 and continue the rest of the council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, I ask that the members of the City Council disengage their webcams and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you.
My apologies for the delay. I'll bring the meeting back to order. City Clerk Karen is, I just want to confirm that Councilmember Mueller is present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. Having all members returned, we can reconvene.
Thank you. Again, my apologies for the delay. We're going to continue item F1, consider two appeals of the Planning Commission certification of a final environmental impact report and approval of use permit, architectural control below market rate housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant, and consider a Planning Commission recommendation to approve a vesting tentative map for the subdivision for the proposed Middle Uptown project to a future date, and that is likely to be September 14th. We received word more recently that one of the key parties was not going to be able to attend the meeting tonight, and so we will reschedule it for a time when all parties can attend. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to, we're actually going to skip the consent calendar and move directly to regular business, and specifically item I1, adopt resolution number 6659, establishing the Independent Redistricting Commission. Here to present the item is City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a very brief introduction for this item. I wanted to provide some background on how we got to I1, which is the resolution adoption for establishing the Independent Redistricting Commission. So on September 22nd of 2020, the City Council received an info item which summarized the options for forming a redistricting commission. Following that, at the June 29th, 2021 meeting, the City Council held a study session. You guys had a more in-depth conversation about kind of the options that were available, as well as received public comment. Our demographer, Gio Anovo, and staff provided clarification on independent, advisory, and hybrid commissions. And it was at that meeting that the City Council directed staff to return with the recommendation for establishing an Independent Redistricting Commission, or an IRC. So the item before you tonight is a resolution establishing that IRC. And in the resolution, it details the composition, qualifications and restrictions, member selection process, restrictions after member appointment, redistricting criteria, and administration. With that, I would like to introduce our City Attorney, Mayor Doherty, as well as our Assistant City Attorney, Denise Pistorino, to provide some additional information on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk and Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to introduce you to my partner, Denise Pistorino, who represents a number of our city clients on redistricting efforts. She has been assisting the City Manager's office and the City Clerk's office on this matter, and is the mastermind behind the resolution before you this evening. She'll be presenting the details of the resolutions before you, and we are available for questions after her presentation.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Denise Pistorino. Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Denise Pistorino, Assistant City Attorney. As Clerk Karen and City Attorney Doherty mentioned, I'm going to be touching on the highlights of the resolution itself, which establishes the Independent Redistricting Commission. And I'd ask Clerk Karen if I could share my screen at this time. I've actually, during the break, I expanded upon the PowerPoint that's in your package. So I have expanded on those slides, and I'm prepared to share my screen so that I can present those, if that's acceptable to the mayor. Okay.
Assistant City Attorney, you should be able to share screen now. Should be an option at the bottom. Perfect.
Thank you. Right, can everybody see?
Looks like we're viewing a note mode.
Hang on.
If you go back to display settings and swap.
I see. How's that? Better?
It's a little distorted. We're seeing a very zoomed in. We're able to see that correctly.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank
sorry, my light was blocking everything. So as I mentioned, I'm just going to touch on some of the highlights of the resolution itself, and the resolution is included in the package this evening, and I'm hopeful that the council members had an opportunity to review it. The resolution establishes the IRC. The IRC will be an independent redistricting commission that's provided in Elections Code 23001. And they will be tasked with conducting an open and transparent job relating to redistricting. The council would not have any input or role in developing the district boundaries established in the map. And the commission can adopt their own rules and procedures, so long as those rules and procedures do not conflict with state or federal law or the resolution itself. So they'll be an independent body. They'll be able to decide how they conduct their business within the confines of the resolution establishing the commission. The resolution also provides the IRC with various tools for their job and direction in terms of how they're going to conduct their job. In terms of tools, they'll have administrative and budgetary allowances, and we'll discuss those a bit later in the presentation. So the commission itself will be comprised of 7 commissioners and 2 alternates. The resolution would establish the process for selecting the commissioners every 10 years at the conclusion of a federal census. And that is when the city must conduct redistricting. Every 10 years after the census information is distributed by statute, the city must go through this redistricting process. And so when that takes place, this redistricting commission would sort of ramp back up. In terms of selection of the commission members, the resolution provides that the clerk would be tasked with conducting outreach and publicizing the application process to promote the commission and encourage a large and diverse applicant pool. The applicants would need to meet strict criteria for commissioners, as well as certain criteria will be applicable to spouse and family members. At the time the application is submitted, they need to meet that criteria. Additionally, commissioners would also need to be 18 years old and a resident of Menlo Park for no less than 3 years. The resolution provides that the application process would be open for at least a month. At the close of the application process, the clerk would review the application and remove those applications or applicants that don't meet the criteria or if their application was complete. Once the clerk has finished that, she would review applications to determine if she has a sufficient number of applicants, and then she would set the matter for a public hearing. And at that public hearing, she would randomly select the 3 initial commissioners. Then at another public meeting, those 3 commissioners would select 4 other commissioners and 2 alternates. The 3 commissioners that are initially selected by the clerk would be allowed to select the 4 additional commissioners using specified criteria that's set forth in the resolution. So they could use and consider and evaluate things such as familiarity with the city's neighborhoods and communities and their ability to work cooperatively with other commissioners. And those 4 commissioners and 2 alternates would be selected by a majority vote. So we discussed this. IRC members must be at least 18, a resident of Menlo Park for no less than 3 years. They must meet the specific criteria in selection in section 7B of the resolution. And this criteria that's in section 7B is actually in the elections code, and it specifies what criteria an independent commissioner must meet. And so we've pretty much cut and pasted those criteria in section 7B of the resolution, but it's pretty stringent. And it does apply to the applicant itself and his spouse and family members. And it applies for the application process. And then there's also criteria that must be met while the commissioner is an active commission member on the Independent Redistricting Commission. And then there are also criteria that must be met after the commissioner is has ended the commission. So once the commission is established, they get to work. The commission is tasked with doing all that is necessary to adopt a report and a final map that establishes the district boundaries, the geographic boundaries of each district established by the city. They would use the criteria in Elections Code 21601 to determine the actual geographic boundaries of each district. And as mentioned in the staff report, the Fair Maps Act, which was adopted in 2019, is pretty clear on what criteria can be used and the order in which it can be used to establish the geographic boundaries. The commission would be tasked with holding a minimum of 4 public hearings, 2 public hearings prior to and hearings post maps. They would also be tasked with conducting outreach during the process. And that outreach is outlined in Elections Code 21608. And the purpose of that is to encourage cities to get residents involved in the redistricting process. So there's a lot of outreach that comes with redistricting. The commission outreach would include reaching out to unrepresented communities and non-English speaking community members to participate in the process. This could be in the form of providing information to media organizations, providing dedicated webpage and mapping tools for people to draw maps online so that they can participate in the map drawing process. Also providing and publishing a calendar to the public so that they're aware of hearings. The commission will also have obligations relating to translating. Menlo Park has been identified as by the Secretary of State as requiring Spanish translations. So Menlo Park will be required to use Spanish translations in some of the documents that are pushed out to the public for the redistricting process. So once the commission has held their hearings and drawn the map and they've identified a preliminary map, they're tasked with adopting a final map and a report. Once that map is adopted, it has the same force and effect of law, and it's effective when filed with the clerk. The city council has no ability to revise the map once it's adopted. So as I mentioned earlier, the resolution provides the IRC with some tools, both budgetary and administrative support. Administrative support would include staff, including the city attorney's office. And also, they will need support in terms of conducting the hearings, conducting the outreach, etc. The budget would provide them with sufficient funds to conduct the work that they need to do. And the resolution allows them to take on certain parts or take on certain contracts to allow the commission to retain consultants or any expenses that they need relating to the redistricting. So some jurisdictions have hired outreach consultants as part of the redistricting process, and the resolution allows them to do that if they need it to conduct the redistricting process. And of course, if it's within the budget constraints. The IRC would be subject to the Brown Act rules. Obviously, if it's a public meeting, they have to conduct that public meeting in accordance with the Brown Act requirements. Their work would also be subject to the Public Records Act. So any emails that they send out as part of the business of the IRC would be subject to the Public Records Act. They'd also have to file a Form 700, be subject to the Political Reform Act under the city's Conflict of Interest Code. So next steps, I just thought this might be helpful for the council. If the resolution is adopted tonight, I'm sure Clerk Karen and our office will be working very diligently to get the application prepared for the identification of the IRC commission members, and then starting the search for the commissioners. There is also going to be some edits that need to be made to the municipal code and the code of conduct to conform to the resolution. And instead of waiting for that to happen, we thought it'd be more efficient to get this process started, get the resolution adopted, and then come back to you to make the conforming edits to the municipal code and the conflict of interest code. So with that, I'm available to, I'll stop sharing my screen if that's acceptable, Mayor Combs. And with that, I'm available for questions. City Attorney Doherty is available for questions. And of course, Clerk Karen is available for questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I-1, adopt resolution number 6659, establishing the Independent Redistricting Commission, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker, I will ask that you state your name for the record, is calling in from phone number ending in 1774. So this is public comment from a phone number ending. Hi,
this is Helen Greco. Can you hear me?
Yes, Helen, thank you so much. Go right ahead. Yes, go right ahead.
All right. For some reason, this is very low. I'm not sure why. So this is Helen Greco. I'm Northern California staff member for California Common Cause. And I wanted to first of all say thank you. We began this process back in 2017, and I want to thank specifically Pamela Jones and the city council members and Judy Heron, the city clerk, for outstanding jobs, and Clay as well. And so I just wanted to say how thrilled we all are at Common Cause and all of the residents who worked on this that we're here at this moment. I commend all the particulars of the proposed resolution to establish the parameters for the Independent Redistricting Commission. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments, which I will concur with Pam in her written comments. It'd be good to place a link on the redistricting page on the city's homepage for easy public access that we can publicize to the residents that if 72 hours in advance they would like translations, that they can get those. So that would be very easy for them to find. And it may encourage more people who are non-English speaking to attend the hearings. To increase public hearings to at least one per district prior to drawing any of the maps, and to the extent it's possible to include at least one resident from each district in the composition of the commission. And once again, thank you to everyone. I will be retiring from Common Cause at the end of the year or the early spring, but I intend to stay in this with you until I sunset. So thank you everyone for all your great work.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item I-1 related to our resolution for an Independent Redistricting Commission. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So bringing it back to the virtual dais, I'll kick it off to the question to the city attorney and the assistant city attorney. Why not this provision of what are your thoughts on this provision of having at least one member from each council district?
So this is Denise Bazzano. I'm sorry, I can't show my video, but that's okay. You don't need to see me. It's possible. What I would say is that it could be very challenging to have one person per district, given that first the first three commission members are chosen at random. So, we just don't know how that would work if the first three are chosen at random. The second thing I'll point out is that the boundary lines may change such that if you chose somebody from District 1 at the outset of the commission, they may not be in District 1 by the end of the redistricting process. So, keep that in mind when you're talking about putting a commission member from each district on the commission, because it may not prove to be necessary, given that their task is to redraw the lines if that's required.
Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe this isn't a legal question, but like, don't you feel or see that there would be some concern about the integrity of the committee if, for instance, we ended up with 5 of them, living in Sharon Heights, not to pick on Sharon Heights or Allied Arts. Is this not an issue that has been faced by other communities, and like, how would they go about trying to make sure that there was a sort of equitable representation of communities across the city?
I have seen some jurisdictions where they have actually divided the city not into districts, but in quadrants, and then selected applicants from, a certain number of applicants from the various quadrants or 4 quadrants. And in that way, it was a more balanced process. And we could certainly put some sort of provision in the criteria selection that seeks to vary the geography of the applicants. But I do think that it would be hard to, at the outset, ensure that you pick the 3 commissioners from different areas of the city. And also, depending on how many applications you have, it may be that there's not enough applicants from all of the areas of the city. So we may want to include language, if we're going to make that revision, to sort of seek a way to spread out the applicants. We may want to couch it so that if there aren't enough, the commission can go forward with the applications that it has.
Yeah, thanks for that. Could you do something like for the random selection, like randomly selected, but no district being represented by more than one of the random selected? And so if you pick one and it's that first one is from District 2, then you're not going to, then all District 2 applicants that may be randomly selected before another non-District 2 applicant is selected would be sort of disqualified, right? Is that, would that be something that we could do to preserve? And I hear what you're saying about accepting that this idea or having this provision that allows for, if you don't have the volume to actually implement any of this, that the commission can still go on. So I do accept your argument there. But assuming in a world where we are going to get enough applicants, could there be some provision like that in the sort of the random selection process?
Yes, I think we could figure out a way to do it so that that the random selection, and assuming you make the changes on the front end to ask that applicants, I specify that the applicants be varied from district, and the goal of the commission is to have maybe one member from each district. Yes, you could do what I think you're suggesting doing.
Okay, a couple more questions, and then I'll go and see if what additional questions my colleagues have. The 500 donation, like sort of number, like where does that come from? Because it seems like literally, I think you're probably talking about a handful of people that have donated $500 or more to a city council district, so to a city council election, and so it seems like to me like that number should possibly be lower. Because I think you could definitely probably, again, in the Menlo Park context, it's a very small population of people that have donated $500 or more to a council election. And I think some of my colleagues wouldn't even accept donations of that amount if I remember from some past elections.
Yeah, so that $500 comes from Elections Code 23003. It's statutory, so it applies to not only the person but also the family member or his spouse, other than his or her spouse.
So could we lower it? So it's in the code. That is that the limit, or is that exactly what it has to be?
That we can change the processes, and we can sort of add on to the processes, but we can't change that statutory. They have to meet those requirements.
Okay.
So we do have some flexibility in the process itself, but this is sort of the statutory minimums.
Okay. And then one other thing I wanted to follow up on, and this will get in, and I just sort of to make sure I set the foundation for the my stance on this agenda item. So you talked about the ability of this committee, obviously, to move people and communities in and out of districts. Correct, right? And obviously that's at the heart of what they're doing. They're drawing the boundaries for districts. And so in Menlo Park, again, there are 5 districts. We have District 1, District 2, and District 4, where the election occurs during, let's call midterm elections year. District 3 and District 5, the other 2, those elections occur during presidential election years. So what could you have a situation where, let's say District 3, which in theory will be up for a vote next year, or District 2, which will be up for a vote next year in a midterm election year, where a community in District 2 is moved to District 3, which doesn't have its next election into the presidential election year. Would you then have a situation where those voters would not be able to vote again until the next presidential election year when District 3 is up, and thereby having a lapse of time of 6 years before they could vote for a city council member? And you could, in theory, also have the reverse scenario, right, where someone in a district like say District 5 that recently had their election, if a community or street in that district was moved into District 4, even though they just voted last year, they could actually vote then again in next year, which means that they actually would be able to vote for a council member with only a 2-year lapse.
Yes, so the answer to your question is yes. You could have a situation where the boundaries are changed such that somebody that didn't get a vote in 2020 still doesn't get to vote in 2022. Yeah. So yes.
But that can't happen to an incumbent, correct? Because the regulation or the law protects incumbents, and that they are the only ones that actually can't be moved out of the district, correct? That they represent.
Well, so what happens is that the incumbents then stay on. Yes, you're correct. the map cannot change an incumbent's term. So the incumbent gets to serve their full term. And so that needs to be taken into consideration when the boundaries are drawn. But I will say that the boundary lines can definitely be changed such that residents may not get to vote, in upcoming elections when they miss the 2020 election.
Is it just the issue that an incumbent can't be, moved out of being able to finish their term, or that an incumbent can't be moved out into a scenario where they can't run again? Does that exist? So that, because again, so whatever happens here won't take place until the election cycle next year. And so for 3 members of the city council, their terms will come to an end. And so my understanding of the law, and correct me, is that the 3 city council members currently whose election will take place if they run next year, whose district will be up, their actual residence or addresses can't be moved out of those districts. Is that a correct or incorrect interpretation of the law or of its protection?
So the incumbents only get to serve for their term. So if their cycle ends 2022, they are only protected until the end of 2022. So
okay, and this won't take effect until 2022. So in theory, this body could in fact move incumbents out of their districts. Or people who would want to be incumbents. It could. So if we're looking at my specific example, and I didn't want to personalize this, but I think that's going to be easy. So like in theory, if I decide to run again, and that's an if, right? In 2022, can I be, and I'm in District 2 and I represent District 2, can I be moved into, let's say, Councilmember Willison's District 3, and thereby I can actually then run in District 2. My term will have come to its end anyway, but I don't even actually have the option because my street has been moved out of that district that I was in and into a district where the election won't take place until 2 years later.
Right. Yes. So your incumbency, you're only entitled to serve the term that you were voted in for. And then once your term is over, the district boundaries can change around you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And since what this committee is working on is something that won't take an effect until, in theory, my term is over, they can, in theory, move anyone out of their districts, right, whose term is up next year.
They can't. So only the people whose terms are up next year.
Yeah, but they can be moved out of their districts.
Right.
Okay, totally fair. Those are
what I
no,
will
please go.
say is that we do not have in the resolution any provision that allows the IRC to change the sequencing of the district boundaries. The sequencing will remain the same.
Yeah, but therein lies my, again, when you're therein lies for me the heart of the sensitivity about this project is that, like, if you're changing congressional district boundaries, it doesn't matter because they're all up at the same time. So you're never going to, what I would see as disenfranchise someone, because if you move from congressional district 29 to congressional district 30, you're still in the same election cycle. But we're dealing in a system in Menlo Park where the districts are on different election cycles. So, and I'm going to stop here because I'm getting more into making a point than asking questions. So you can have a scenario where, and again, I thought that there was a protection for people who are representing that district. What you've informed me is that there actually isn't any protection. So in this case, this committee can move anyone, in theory, except for the incumbents that are not. Well, in theory, I don't want to get too. In theory, they can move anyone out of a district, thereby either one, preventing them from being able to run and represent that district again, or two, just generally disenfranchising them by pushing out their ability to vote 2 years past when would be the normal time that they could vote again. And so, but I'm more sort of making a point than asking a question. So I'm gonna move on to my colleagues. If they have, or we can, if someone wants to make a motion, wherever we're at, if there are no additional comments. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I appreciate all of your questions, Councilmember Combs. And again, I think it belies the stated objection I have to the Independent Districting Commission to begin with. I really believe that there should be some layer of protection that those who are elected by the public in the city would be able to weigh in on the results if something went haywire. To think that to lose that protection, I think, is a mistake. So, and since this issue was surfaced with residents, I've heard nothing. I've heard no resident telling me that my vote on that initially was wrong. I've only heard the opposite, candidly. I think people expect, especially, I think people expect representation on issues as big as this to weigh in just as a safeguard in case something goes awry.
Vice Mayor Nash. I think you're muted if you're talking to us.
Thank you. I actually had a question about the definition of sufficient. And is it, so if we have 7 commissioners and 2 alternates, is 9 applications sufficient? In which case is there a way to, what is the standard for this? And it seems like you would want to have more choice. And so this is essentially what, if we don't have sufficient applications, then it goes back out, the application process stays open. And we have had situations where we've had repeated for commissions, which is a different beast, had to repeat the vacancy, the opportunity to apply. So I'm just wondering what your thought is as far as to me, it seems like we would want to have a higher minimum number of applications than just 12, than just 9, because you'd want the commission to have some choice in their selection.
Through the mayor, may I? So this is totally within the council's discretion in terms of making a change to that section if council so desires. I think our concern was that we would end up with an insufficient number of applications, which would be something less than 9 at the end of the 30-day period. And so then what? And so we wanted to sort of draft into the resolution what happens when there are less than 9 applications. If you feel that sufficient should mean something more than 9, we can certainly draft that into the resolution before it's adopted. And I think 12 would be appropriate, or 15. It just is determinative on how many applications you're going to get, because if you get less than that sufficient number, then the clerk is, but say you have 9, the clerk is going to have to go out and get more applications. And we are on a tight timeline, so that may delay the process of establishing the IRC.
Well, I guess just for my input, I would feel more comfortable with 12, but basically limiting it to if we have 9 and that's all we have after the second round of applications, then we just hold at that. In other words, we don't go out for multiple rounds as long as we have at least 9.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I did read the resolution. Thank you for putting it together. A couple things I wanted to see if we could edit. I believe that even newcomers can participate in this process. So I'd like to change the residency requirement from 3 years to 1 year. It also explains, it defines diverse, and I would like to add the word ability to that. And it talks about the commission being able to pick their own consultants. We've already hired a demographer, and I checked with city for this. So this is an ordinance to be used, I guess, in perpetuity. But for this cycle, we're already a little bit ahead. And so when I asked City Attorney Doherty, she said that there might be some provision we can put in there to indicate that this year, this cycle, the demographer has already been selected. So I would be interested in that. I'm generally very much in support of, district or geographical representation. This goes back to the diversity thing, though. It's not just geography, it's homeowner, renter, race, background, all different kinds of criteria. So sometimes it can be hard to find these like unicorns of like a person who's both a renter and a this. So maybe we can use terms like strive. I don't know if we want to be so prescriptive, because unless we want to weigh on what the highest criteria is that we want to be dominating that. I'm in support of the recommendations made by Ms. Pam Jones about making translation be very easy to find. And I would also be in support, Mayor Combs, if you want to, while I don't think we can change the $500 requirement, could we add an additional requirement about the $250 or something, like our own municipal restriction there? I'm not sure, but I would be supportive of whatever dollar amount you want to set. And then I just want to make a comment about the purpose of this independent redistricting commission and the comments my colleagues made. The staggering, how we have, our staggering, and that, sometimes people have to wait, and that that's just is what it is. We by the census is out, we have to redistrict. We don't have a choice. The lines are going to have to move. The population numbers have changed. And regardless of if it's advisory or hybrid or independent, like that's going to happen. And I think that even reinforces even more why this should be independent. If we're talking about going off the rails, if we're defining that as a council member might get moved to a different location, then that's even more of a reason that we shouldn't touch it. So I'm very comfortable with the independent redistricting commission. And so in whatever motion that whoever ends up making, if there's an appetite for the 1 year, the adding the ability, the putting in something about how we've already picked the demographer, and yeah, I think those were my main points. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. I'll just, and then I'll go to Councilmember Taylor. I'll only say that, like, I would say it's not just is what it is. I would say it's disenfranchisement, like, right? I say to have a scenario where people's ability to vote can be delayed beyond a normal sort of election cycle, saying to someone that, like, you have to wait a period of 6 years before you vote again. I say it's disenfranchisement. And that's, there's been lots of discussion across the country about that issue. And in sort of us in California is specifically looking down on what we see other states or state legislatures doing, which we again call disenfranchisement. I would say that's what it is. And so to your point, it's like this can happen no matter what type of committee or body that you have during this process. And I would say even more so that I want a scenario where the ultimate responsibility comes back not between, not to people's names, not to names that were pulled out of a hat, which is a situation we have, but to the people who are actually elected into that community. So if I ultimately vote in a scenario where someone in my district gets moved to a district where the election cycle won't happen when it was going to happen if they had stayed in that same district, then they can come to me as a person that they elected, and we can have a conversation, and I can explain it to them, or explain that how it factors into the larger picture, because I'm their representative and I'm elected. To have that same scenario and engagement with a name pulled out of a hat is just not there. The same responsibility is just not there. And I think that that's the situation that we're in. And so I'm not going to sort of continue to belabor the point, but I would just say that, like, I would say is disenfranchisement. And so my question is, who's ultimately responsible? Who's ultimately can go to the public and say that, like, this is the reason I made this decision, and these were all of the factors I considered. And again, I would prefer a scenario where the elected officials, and I think that there is this undercurrent that being an elected official is bad, and so we have to, move it and make it independent. Like, all of the major decisions in our society are done by elected officials, wherein their ability to make those decisions come from them being elected. And so I think that it's sort of like, I think that the suggestion that somehow having elected officials involved kind of corrupt the process is for me not how I would see it. I think that they legitimize the process, and so that's again where I'm at. One thing I would be interested though in is like this idea of, like, how do you synchronize ultimately the election cycles across the city so that you don't have this situation where anybody, whether it's the city council or an independent body, can have a situation, because I think it is pretty kind of outrageous to think that someone would have to wait 6 years before having to vote in a local election. And I do think it's a breakdown, and I think it's a defect in this process. And so that being said, since I responded to you, I will definitely give you the opportunity to respond back to me. And then I promise you, Councilmember Taylor, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. To your last point, if there's a way to address the synchronization, I'm all in board for that. I just want to be clear. I do not support voter disenfranchisement at all. And that there must be some misunderstanding, because that's not at all what I'm advocating for or believe in. I think I'm actually having a hard time understanding, and I don't know if this is something we need to go back and forth with, but I just want to, I'm not quite understanding your argument, because as long as we have staggered voting, there will be some residents who will vote sooner, who will have that 2-year scenario, and there will be some residents who will have the 6-year scenario, unless the lines don't move at all. And maybe this is a question for the city attorney's office, but is there a way to avoid residents having to either wait or vote early with a staggered system like ours with the redistricting process? Because maybe it's just confusion on my part.
So I'll just say that the staggered system is established when the city is incorporated through the LAFCO process, and that's not, you can't change that. That's just how cities are incorporated, and it's statutorily driven in terms of how the elections are staggered. But with regard to your question,
I just want to correct, you can change that. You're just not as part of this process, but cities change their voting cycle. We've had this actually happen in local communities where people will either serve like a year because they moved. Some cities recently moved their elections to the presidential year. Some of their council elections specifically to get more voter participation. So you can. I just want to say, you're not saying that cities can't make that change. You're just saying in this instance, this is not the venue or process by which that change gets made.
well, I was speaking to both, really. That the 3-2 is established when the city incorporates that type of staggered system. You can change certain cycles in terms of like moving the elections to a presidential election cycle. But the way that the vote is actually conducted in terms of 2 and 3 in different election years, that is established when the city is incorporated.
And so a city can't move to a system where all of its city council is up at the same time?
That's my understanding.
That's prevented by like state law? Are there some state?
Right. So when the city is incorporated, that is statutorily written that the elections are, you have 2 in one cycle and 3 in the other.
Okay, great.
And regarding the question about, is there a scenario with us, given the staggered system we have, and given the 10-year census update and the need to redistrict, is there a scenario where nobody in the city, no resident in the city will have to go from 4 to 2 or from 4 to 6, or like that they'll either have to wait or vote early?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So some residents, when we change the lines, which I believe we have to because the population has, maybe we don't. I mean, that's an assumption I'm making. I don't know.
So I will say that there could be a scenario where the demographer comes back and says that, the population is generally balanced and the lines don't have to change, or maybe they change, but it's not a significant change.
Okay, so if it changes but not a significant change, is it likely that there'll be some voters who are voting sooner than they would have or later than they would have?
There could be that scenario, yes, depending on how the IRC redraws the lines. I mean, there could be a scenario where they don't have to change, but the IRC doesn't like the way the district boundaries are drawn. They would have the authority to say, well, even though we don't have to change, or say our districts are population balanced, but we just don't like the map that was adopted, so we're going to redraw the lines. They would have the authority to do that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all for me for now. Thanks.
And I'll just say, which further to me increases my concern about it being a randomly selected body. I mean, they could look at the system and have no regulatory obligation to make changes and decide that they want to make change. And we have no ability to in any way, respond to that. And to me, that's fairly scary. But to your point or question, Councilmember Willison, I think the only way you have that is if the district boundaries stay the same. But I'm not at all concerned with scenarios where people move into a district and then get to vote, early, 2 years. Like if that's like the only change that happened, I wouldn't care, right? Because that's just someone getting to vote early. My concern, I just offered that as like, that's the alternative. I mean, that's sort of, my only concern is with situations where people would then have a 6-year voting lap, but people being able to, move into a council district and vote, twice over the course of 2 years is to me not the problem. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I just wanted to go back to one of the comments. I think it was Helen Greco, and then the email that came in from Pam Jones. So it's possible, clearly, to put redistricting on the city's homepage. Just going through the list. That's possible. That doesn't need to be a council direction, or does it need to be council direction? And I don't know if that's for the assistant city attorney or if that's a Ms. Herron question.
I believe this is a Clerk Herron question.
Okay.
But I will say that there are requirements for, when we talked about earlier, the outreach requirements. One of those requirements is that there be a dedicated web page. Additionally, somebody had mentioned translations upon request from English to Spanish. That's statutorily driven. That's one of the requirements of the outreach. So that will definitely be met. But in terms of linking this, the districting webpage to the city's homepage, I would defer to Clerk Herron.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney. My initial thought is that's definitely something that we can do. As the City Council does know, we are working with a new website vendor. So it might come in turn when we switch to the new website vendor, that's something we might be able to implement at that time.
And so it does not need to be a part of the motion.
No, I think that would be included with our public engagement.
Okay.
It's something Clay and I could probably collaborate on.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Herron. And my other question is just with the languages. So it would be multiple languages and not just specific to English, Spanish. Is that possible, Ms. Herron?
Thank you, City Council Member Taylor. Yes, so the requirement is Spanish. However, if someone were to request a different language with that 72-hour notice, and we would be supplying that. And if I'm incorrect, Assistant City Attorney, please correct me. But as far as I know, we would provide that.
And then the third one is increasing the public hearings to at least one in each district.
This is Denise Bazzano. I'll answer this unless Clerk Karen wants to take it.
Go right ahead.
So I think that'd be up to the IRC if they want to conduct public hearings in each of the districts. Certainly the council could indicate that that's what they want in the resolution, but that might also be a question appropriate for the IRC.
Okay, then my last question is about the voting cycle. Since we cannot change what the city set up when it was incorporated, the voting cycle. I think I was trying to follow where Mayor Combs was going. And so if I am not an elected official and I am put into District 2, does that mean I won't, well, actually, I still would be able to vote because 1, 2, and 4 are voting at the same time. But what if I somehow was carved into District 3? I wouldn't be able to vote in the city council election, but I would be able to vote on other things that are on everybody else's ballot. How would that work if there's other things on the ballot, but I can't vote in that election because I was just carved out of that district?
Yes, it can be very frustrating to voters to have an election in their city wherein they can't vote. And that's why it's important to do all of this outreach so that people know how the districts are shaping up and how they're ultimately adopted so that they can be prepared for the election. But yes, that's what would happen. So once the IRC, similar to the way the city originally established its district boundaries, once those boundaries are established, the county gets the identification of the boundaries and then sends out the ballots to those boundaries that are up for election. And if your residence doesn't fall within the boundaries that are up for election, then you wouldn't receive the appropriate ballot.
Thank you. And has anyone, whether it's council or the public, ever challenged an adopted map by an independent redistricting committee?
I'm not aware of a specific case in which a map adopted by an independent redistricting committee was challenged. Certainly, there have been lots of cases where maps have been adopted and challenged. But I don't have a specific case in mind that with regard to an independent redistricting committee. And I believe the demographer is with us tonight. Clerk Karen, is that correct?
Yes, let me bring them on board. Give me just
They
one
may
moment.
have an example that they can point to.
So I've just promoted our Giovanovo team. So Alex, Lucian, Jesus, if any of you know of an instance of where an IRC adopted map was challenged, you could chime in and let us know. Thanks. Okay, we'll give them maybe a couple of minutes to see if they have that information. City Council Member Taylor, did you? Oh, Jesus. Hello.
Oh, I was unmuted. I was muted. Sorry about that.
No problem.
The issue is there's a couple of points that I'd like to bring up, but as far as a map is concerned, maps can be challenged no matter who draws them. And their primary challenge with regards to the Federal Voting Rights Act. And so whether it's an independent commission or city itself or a consulting firm that creates maps that maybe don't meet that Federal Voting Rights Act, then they can be challenged. I can't give you a specifics about an independent commission map that might have been challenged, but across the board, if there's a bad map, it's a bad map, and it can and probably will be challenged going forward. To the point of the mayor and whether you can serve out a term, let's say the lines change. Now, first of all, as under the Fair Maps Act, we cannot and will not take into account the residencies of the current board members. In fact, I don't think we're even going to ask what your home address is, because it's supposed to be a case where the people are the ones that are represented based on the data that was released like 2 weeks ago. Now, there's a couple scenarios. For instance, let's say there's a lawsuit, as occurred in Kern County, where they challenged under a Federal Voting Rights Act, and there were new lines that were drawn. In that case, the new line that was drawn, that office came up for election. And so in essence, in a cycle where normally it's a 3-2, it became a 4-2. So in that case, 4 of the districts came up for election. Some of the members had for their 4-year terms, whereas the one district ran for a 2-year term, and then 2 years later also ran again. So in that case is, let's say you're carved out of your street, you don't lose your place, so to speak, on the board. You may be residing in an alternative area, but actually the end of your normal term, you will no longer be able to run for that particular office, but you can obviously run for the office that's where you currently live in. And that's, I think, I was looking at the Fair Maps Act, and that's 2.506A, the term of office of any supervisor for which has been elected and whose term of office has not expired shall not be affected by any changes in the boundaries of the district from which the supervisor was elected. So I think that solves a couple of the issues here. You're not being sued, so that's a good thing. So in that case, should you be moved out of your district? And again, we at GeoNovo Inc. are not going to ask, nor even, I think, report your home residency. And then when the maps get adopted, they go from there. And again, the commission can reject all the maps that we generate. They can do absolutely anything they want.
Hey, Jesus, just so I can understand you, said should someone get moved out of their district, what? Like, I don't understand.
So let's say you're in District 2, Mr. Mayor, and
which is accurate.
Okay, well, when you get moved, you will now be a resident of District 3. Now, I'm not saying you will be.
Okay. Yeah.
But should you, but your run for office wasn't for another, let's say, 3 years, you would serve out the entire term for which you were elected from District 2, even though you no longer are a resident of that district. But at your choice, you could run for District 3 immediately right away, and then obviously you would give up your office in District 2.
Yeah, but I think in the scenario I have sketched out, it's like my term ends as the new district maps are being adopted. So that race would be will be based on maps that, like, let's say if it's me, that I've been again, because we're going back to the staggered districting system, I've been put into Councilmember Willison's district. And so I couldn't challenge Councilmember Willison right away, even if I desired to, because her election isn't up until 2024, right? And so, and so.
Yes, it's a clean slate. So yeah. Your term ends.
Yeah, and I'm not in that district anymore, and so I can't run again.
Not for District 2.
Yeah, no, because I'm not in that district anymore. Okay,
correct.
And the system completely allows for that situation. And I'll just say before, were you going to make additional point?
No, I wanted to address both those points. One about a map. If there's a map that doesn't fit the criteria of a Federal Voting Rights Act map, then it will more than likely be challenged. And other than that, again, the criteria that we're using of population balance, continuity, all of those are guidelines. The only requirement that I think has the force of law would be if we can create a Federal Voting Rights Act, and we don't, then somebody can definitely come and challenge.
Yeah. And I'll just, before I definitely am open to entertaining any motion, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for that heading point. But what I will say to my colleagues, if this is ultimately a vote 3-2 that creates a system therein by, a member is a body, district is someone out of their current district, like how utterly toxic that would be to the body politic in Menlo Park. That we're going to have possibly a 3-2 vote that creates a system that then results in a member of this council not being able to run for their office again. It would create an incredibly toxic body politic in this community. And I don't think the council would be in a position to say, oh, it's all independent. Our hands are off of it, especially if this is something that goes down on a split vote. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I had more of I guess it's a logistical question. I'm not sure if Mr. Garcia is working with the county as well. We have 2 districting processes happening at the same time for the city of Menlo Park and for San Mateo County. So my concern is around the overlap. And I know that the county has already chosen their redistricting team already. But considering how much outreach needs to happen in everything that we're doing in the city, I just have concerns about that. And I'm not sure if that's a process that you've dealt with in the past where there was overlapping, whether it's city and the supervisor's district, and that was happening at the same time. Just want to get your feedback, Mr. Garcia.
Well, we work for the city of Menlo Park, and that's our #1 concern. There are redistricting efforts going all over the country. I myself am working on other projects throughout, and some are tiny little school districts, some are county offices of education, some are giant things like LA County Supervisor, where there's, every representative gets 2 million people. So every redistricting is unique in its own ways. And so it's up to each jurisdiction to do their process as best they can to get the word out. I don't know if Alex is on board from our office, but we have a number of data tools that we're very excited to bring on to make the job easier for residents of Menlo Park to not only understand the process, visualize the maps, see the potential. So we're going to do everything we can on our side to make the technology as easy and as accessible to the vast variety of residents there of your communities. And so you are our clients, and so we will do everything we can. Again, there's not much overlap between other agencies. As far as I'm known, there's not a lot of that, because in many cases, each of the organizations are independent consultants or county offices. The county of Tulare, for instance, is doing everything in-house, and I think they're doing a great job. So every redistricting is unique, and right now we're focused 100% on getting Menlo Park, hopefully one of the best jobs that we can for you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Councilmember Mueller.
I would just note that I think Councilmember Taylor's concern is valid, and I'd note that the County of San Mateo does not have an independent redistricting committee, that they did retain oversight just in case something were to go awry with the final maps, and I think that was prudent of them. I think I really believe that the residents of Menlo Park expect that the elected officials who they've put their faith and confidence in would retain some minimum level of oversight in case something were to go awry. And I think this council would hold that to a very high bar before they did so. But I believe that and wouldn't act unless it was absolutely necessary. But I have real concerns about not having anyone who is elected have any oversight over the final product, just in case. And then the other issue that I know is just to answer what Councilmember Willison indicated. I don't support reducing residency to 1 year, so I'm happy with the guidelines as they are.
Councilmember Willison.
Well, that was a bigger sigh than I had planned. I think we're just not aligned on this. We're not seeing it the same way. I don't think that incumbents, I don't think there's anything wrong with being an elected official. It's an honor of a lifetime. It's amazing to serve, but we do not have a right. We're not guaranteed to get to be in the next election. Once our term's over, we're just in it again. And this isn't about the elected officials. This is about the voters. And I feel even more strongly. I think you're going towards more against, and I'm going to more strong. So at this point, I'm going to make a motion to adopt the ordinance. In my motion, I'm going to make it a 1-year residency requirement. I'm going to add ability to the definition of diversity. I'm going to say that we've already picked the demographer for this cycle. What else? I'm going to say we're going to strive. I think it already says we're going to strive for geographic representation. And that's the motion I'm putting on the table.
Just for the record, City Council Member Willison, can you please repeat those amendments?
They were 1 year instead of 3 for residency requirement, adding ability under the definition of diversity, modifying the parameters of this first cycle for the commission to be able to hire a demographer. We've already hired a demographer. So I think the city attorney knows what I'm talking about there. I believe, yeah, but I'd be, if Councilmember Taylor has a friendly amendment, I see her hand raised, but that's my motion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I would be happy to second, except for the 1 year minimum. I'm supportive of the 3 year.
I'll accept that.
Then I'll second.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I'm wondering if anyone has an interest in increasing the sufficient number of applications for the first round. My concern is just that if we have only 9 applications, that means everybody automatically gets in, which is great. But when we're talking about, it seems to me that given that we are concerned about who is drawing the maps, I would like, if possible, for there to be a selection process.
If that's feasible, I'm fine with that. So I'll defer to the city attorney's office on that.
So,
No, please go.
sorry, Mayor, through you. So Vice Mayor Nash, if I understand you correctly, we would want to change, you're proposing to change section 8 of the resolution, so under selection, subsection F, to just add language that says, you know, this, if the city clerk receives 12 applications that meet the requisite number of commissioner positions, then they can close the application submittal period. And then the city clerk may extend the application deadline if they receive, if they receive less than 12, but more than 9 would be sufficient. Is that correct?
I actually just got lost in that last piece.
Me too, sorry. It's late.
Essentially, it would be that for there would need to be at least 12 applications to be sufficient for the first round of applications. And if there weren't, actually, wait a second. Now I'm confused.
So
basically, you would go through one extra round to make sure that there were at least 12 applications. But at that point, if it doesn't, if with extending the application period one time, you don't get 12, then 9 would be considered sufficient, or anything greater than that. And I have no idea how to word it. Or if other council members have this, are interested.
How about, I would propose that she can extend the application deadline to continue to seek assistance if she gets less than 12, but, maybe at maybe 2-week mark, if she has 9, that would be acceptable.
9 or greater, yes.
So she could extend it for 2 weeks if she has 9 to get 12. The 12 would be the minimum. Or I'm sorry, if she wants 12, if she only gets 9, she can extend 2 more weeks.
Correct. And then if she doesn't hit 12, then anything greater than 9 works. 9 or greater works.
Okay.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually wanted to check in with the city clerk just about, since it's the city clerk that's going to be doing this work, and she's done a lot of recruitment for our commissions and bodies. So I just wanted to get Ms. Heron's feedback just on that addition, if that's okay, Mayor Combs.
Thank you, City Council Member Taylor. And that's fine. Understanding that 9 received within the first 30-day period. If we only receive 9, then we can extend it up to 2 weeks. Preferably 12 or more is what we're looking for. But after that 2-week extension, if we have the 9, then we proceed with the 9. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. Awesome. So yes, thank you. That is very acceptable.
So do we have a motion and a second? Councilmember Willison made the motion. Is there a second from
City Council Member Taylor?
Taylor. Okay. Before we proceed to the vote, I'll just, because I will be voting in opposition. And I just want to make it clear where I stand. I think today the council is empowering a randomly selected body to, to disenfranchise residents and to engage in sort of political shenanigans with absolutely no oversight, no leverage, or no check from the actual elected officials in this community. And so for that reason, I'll be voting against this. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Are you concerned about the boundary moving for an incumbent, or are you concerned about people not missing the voting cycles?
I actually thought it had been explained to me by the city attorney and others who have advocated for this, that you actually couldn't move the boundaries of an incumbent. So I actually didn't know that you could move the boundaries of an incumbent until right now, because the exact opposite had been told to me by interested stakeholders. But my opposition was always based on this idea of residents being moved out of a district where they were going to vote into the next election cycle, to a scenario where they were going to be voting later, representing a 6-year lapse. So that has been my fundamental concern and problem with the lack of any oversight. To me, I find it even more sort of now concerning to think that this body could actually then sort of move people who are in their district, political representatives out. And it's not a sense of entitlement to that, but that person was elected by those people. So that's the person who was actually elected. And so if there is a sense of entitlement, maybe it's valid because that's the only person who was actually elected. Whereas the other people have the legitimacy based on a roll of the dice, shall I say. So that's a fundamental problem, that we have a system of which there is no check, and the check usually being elected representatives. And so, but that's where I stand. I don't want to belabor the point. I'm always the one who is saying, let's take the vote and get on. And so I don't, but that is, I think, a fundamental problem with what is being proposed here. And I do think we do have to account that should be additional concern by the fact that it looks as though this may be set up as a 3-2 vote. And that does, and then so you to me, that does speak to the legitimacy, that this was a situation in which the council was split, and it could have these really, really, like I say, caustic and toxic repercussions, because we don't know. It's a random selection. We don't know who's going to serve on this body. We don't know their motives. We don't know their knowledge, their background, and it could be the case that it's like we're picking from slim pickings. And so to me, that's all problematic, and not all suggests a scenario where I would want a lever. I would want a situation where the actual elected officials get to weigh in and get to ultimately be responsible. But I do, again, you can respond, or I can go on to Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Mueller. And then after that, I promise I won't say another word about this topic, and we'll have the city clerk call the vote.
So I actually would like to respond.
Oh, sure.
For 1 second, and that's just I certainly understand what you're talking about with incumbents, and I am sort of I hope that won't happen, but I do trust that an independent board will have. We'll look at this properly and should not have, hopefully will not have any ulterior motives. That is one of the reasons why I'm interested in getting a larger pool of people, if at all possible. The part about about residents either missing or gaining a cycle seems like that will happen in any redistricting other than we have contiguous districts for District 1 and District 2, so people could move there and not have everywhere else. Like I'm an island in between District 4, excuse me, not me. District 4 is an island in between 5 and 3. So any adjustment there, people will be moving. And same within 3 and 2. anyway,
Yeah.
and 3 and 4. No, it just seems like that piece of it, I don't think we can avoid.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. And I think the only disagreement is that who should have the ultimate accountability. But you're right. That is a defect in the system of when you go to district elections and when they're staggered voting. And I don't disagree with you on that. I'll go to Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Willison, and then I will not say anything else. I will ask the city clerk to come on.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a couple points to make. One, pragmatically, since we did the last district elections, there really hasn't been a big population change in Menlo Park. I mean, there really hasn't been. And so to think that District 4 or 5 or 3 would change when really there's been no real population change in those districts is very odd to me. If anything, one of those, you know, but my issue is a little different than Councilmember Combs. I mean, in terms of, I do think so. In the last housing element, in the last redistricting process, we indicated that we did want to give some preference to voters to incumbents just because voters had elected them. But regardless of that, what my scenario is just look in the last districting process, I mean, we had some really weird maps. Like, it wasn't like we got, you know, that every map we got logically was like, oh yeah, that one makes sense. Like there were some maps submitted by folks that I looked at and was like, that red map really doesn't make a lot of sense. And the one thing that you can't account for in this process is that, you know, with 9 people, how do you know that we're not going to have 4 people who have a grudge against a council member who are going to go out of the way to draw a really weird map? And, you know, people might say, well, that's just part of the process, but, you know, that shouldn't be what's driving people's voting rights in terms of who they vote with and how they vote. And so I'm more concerned about the experience from the last time where there are some weird maps. And if we get some people on the commission, and, you know, granted, you know, I tend to think, you know, I would lean toward the fact that the odds are we won't, right? The odds are we'll get a great commission, but we might not. We might, you know, what you prepare for with a check is the worst case scenario. And that's my concern, is that in the worst case scenario, we get some really funky maps based on some weird thing, you know, based on some external things that, yeah, they comply with the Voting Rights Act, but, you know, and so they're not really challengeable, but they really don't make a lot of sense either. And that would be something that I don't think the public would understand. And and so that's why I struggle with the fact that we say, well, we won't, because I really don't think, I mean, obviously look at our council and how much debate we're putting into this. I really don't think our council is going to take any action unless there is something really wrong. But to lose the ability to do it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would we get rid of that check? And especially when you look at other bodies in San Mateo County have kept that check. Like the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors kept that check. I don't think they're going to exercise it, but they kept it just in case. And so it's hard for me to let that go because I just feel like that's a level of accountability that I owe the public that I don't want to let go of.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison, you will have the last word on this agenda item.
Awesome. So as those watching can see, we don't always agree. I do feel like I have to say, Mayor Combs, that I don't appreciate some allegations that I feel like were lobbied about causing disenfranchisement and creating political shenanigans. I don't know. I feel like it prescribed or it assigned some motives and intent that are not there. I think we can disagree, but I would appreciate it. For me, I had a hard time. I feel like that doesn't represent what I'm saying. You're entitled to say that. But I feel like I feel misrepresented by those comments. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
And that's, again, what I will always say is that no one on this body controls the words that come out of anyone else's mouth. And how you feel is, and how you interpret that is your own thing. I laid out the situation as I believe it exists, and as I see it. And it's clear that it is my opinion about what I think is happening. I was not lobbying any allegations at anyone. What I said was, this is the system as I see it. I see this as empowering a randomly selected body to disenfranchise members of our community. That is my belief, and I wholeheartedly believe it. And I think that a system should exist where there is a check and balance of the council. So, but I think that Councilmember Willison, if we attempt to try to critique each other in our meetings, then it's not going to be productive at all. And so, because I did not specifically make an allegation at you, and so I think if we get in this mode of what we feel, then it's not going to be productive for us as colleagues, and it's not going to be productive for us representing the members of this community. With that, I'd like the city clerk to come on and call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor. And just for clarification of the record, I'm going to ask City Attorney Nero Doherty to just restate the motion so we're clear on what we're taking action on this evening.
Thank you, City Clerk. So we have a few revisions on the table. It's adding the word ability to the term diversity as defined in the resolution, adding a reference that the city has already obtained a demographer or consultant for this cycle, changing the, I'm sorry, I think I now recall that we removed the change from the 3-year residency to 1. That's no longer in your motion. Is that right, Councilmember? Thank you. And those are the only revisions that I have. Did I capture them all accurately? No.
I believe we were also adding the application deadline extension for 2 weeks if 9 applications are received.
Thank you. So with those those are 3 revisions to the resolution that the motion would incorporate.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Most
And
appreciated.
thank you.
So as the motion is stated by our city attorney, by roll, or is there any further city council question or discussion? I do see City Council Member Mueller's hand raised.
Councilmember Mueller, yeah, your hand is raised. Did you want to add something?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Apologies.
So by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
No.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
No.
And motion passes with City Council Member Mueller and Mayor Combs dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Karen, and the city attorney and assistant city attorney for all your work on this. We very much appreciate it. With that, we'll move on to agenda item H2, consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a use permit for the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption every day from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. the following day, and for 24-hour operations of an existing service station and associated convenience store at 710 Willow Road. I think I've lost my notes, but I think Senior Planner Tom Smith is presenting this item. Am I correct?
Yes, Mayor Combs, he'll be on in just a moment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So I will give you just a brief presentation for tonight's hearing. All right. So as mentioned, this is for the 710 Willow Road project. It's a use permit appeal public hearing. And for an appeal, staff is recommending the following format for discussing the item. So first would be an introduction by staff, which I'm giving now. And then following that, we would have remarks from the appellant, Aparna Saha, who is also the applicant for the project originally. Following that, we would have a response from city staff to the remarks by the appellant, and then potential for a rebuttal by the appellant, any clarifying questions from the city council, followed by public comment, and then deliberation and a vote by city council. So just briefly before I turn it over to the appellant, this is, as I mentioned, a use permit request to operate an existing service station and convenience store at 710 Willow Road 24 hours a day, and also to allow for the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption, which is considered a Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control Type 20 license. The Planning Commission reviewed the request and denied it on March 9th of 2020. And following that, the applicant appealed the decision to the City Council on March 19th, 2020. Due to concerns related to the pandemic and online meeting formats, the city did agree to delay the appeal hearing, and the appellant requested that we hear the appeal at this time. So we are moving forward with that request. And with that, I would turn it back to the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. I want to announce that Councilmember Mueller won't be continuing with the rest of the meeting, and so just the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Wallace, and Councilmember Taylor and myself will take up the remaining agenda items. I just want to run this again by the city attorney. Is that fine with you? I can't. You're on mute.
Yes, that is.
Okay. Well, thanks. Councilmember Mueller has not been feeling well all night, so Councilmember Mueller, you're recused, or excused, not recused. And so please, we wish you well in getting better.
I thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, now with that, I'm going to introduce the applicant, Aparna Saha, and you have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Hello, my name is Utsab. I'm Aparna's son. My mother had some eye surgery recently, so her vision is blurry. She asked me to represent her today if there are no objections to that.
There are no objections from me.
Okay, great. So I'll just introduce myself a little bit. I'm my full-time job is as a university lecturer at CSU Monterey Bay, but I am connected to the gas station, the convenience store. I'm involved with the day-to-day running operations of it. So I think I can comment on these issues. I have a little presentation here just to help organize my thoughts. Can I share my screen? Is that okay?
Yes, you should have that capability.
Okay, all right. Okay, you guys can see this? Okay.
Yes.
So, okay, so yeah, we were reading through the staff report, and it looks like on page H2.3, it gives a history of the case. I think Tom Smith just went over that. And then on H2.4, there's a breakdown of the reasoning for why they voted against it last time. So just to summarize the main things that I want to talk about today is I'm going to address the first 2 points of why they voted against it last time. So point number 1 on H2.4, they cited a violation of the ordinance regarding the sale of flavored tobacco. So there was a I think Miss Barr was, she emailed an objection where she found a violation in the convenience store that we were not properly following the guidelines. We still had some flavored tobacco on the premises. And so we'll address that point first, then we'll address point number 2, and we'll talk about the impact on the business last. So the first thing I want to talk about, oops, sorry, okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is the violation was correct. So it is true that we were not following the ordinance by having the flavored tobacco on the premises, but I want to just explain why that happened and what our what our reasoning was. So this is the original letter that we received from the city of Menlo Park. This is how we were thinking about it. So if you read the first sentence, it says restricting the sale of all tobacco products in pharmacies and flavored tobacco products and electronic cigarettes and so on. And so I want to underline the phrase sale of all tobacco products. So the way we interpreted that was we can no longer sell the products in the gas station. And so we immediately complied with that. In the original email from Ms. Barr, who complained about us, she did say that she saw posters and whatnot indicating that we were no longer selling these products. So we did make a good faith effort to abide by the ordinance. What's not mentioned here in the letter is anything about that we can't even have this on the premises anymore. So we didn't really change, like we still had it in our supplies and whatnot. We didn't remove it. We didn't know we had to do that. And in fact, as soon as we heard about the violation, as soon as somebody told us you can't do that, we immediately removed that as well. So I hope what I'm trying to convey is that we did make a good faith effort to comply with the ordinance as it was originally communicated to us through this letter, right? If the letter had mentioned anything about removing it from the premises, we would have certainly done so. Okay, so that's my first point here. But if you don't believe me, I want to just give you just some evidence of our track record. In the last 35 years of running the gas station, we have many decades of experience with numerous age-restricted products, such as selling lotto, scratcher, and tobacco products. And we have, in the last 35 years, we have 0 violations for any underage tobacco product sales from the Menlo Park Police Department. We only have 1 warning. So I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the police often send in people undercover who are trained to try to trick our employees into selling them products who are underage. And in 35 years, we've had no violations, only 1 warning. We had 1 employee who was under training and he did not follow the training. And as soon as we found out about this, we promptly fired that employee. So we take compliance very seriously, and we also take it very seriously to train our employees to also be compliant. Additionally, we have numerous positive letters of appreciation from the state of California Lotto. They've inspected our procedures and they have agreed that we are abiding by their policies. And they have some very complex policies for what you can sell and to who. Additionally, you can see our customer reviews. We have, I think in the original hearing, 9 people complained about us, but you see we have 90 plus reviews. And if you read them carefully, oops, I lost it. Anyway, that's okay. You can look it up yourself. But if you read them carefully, many of them talk about the quality of our service. And so, again, that goes to show our commitment to training our employees. We are able to find good employees, we train them well, and we terminate the ones who cannot comply. So we take it seriously is what we're saying. So that's my rebuttal for point number one. We do make a good faith effort to follow the compliances. I think that was the concern that, okay, since they found this one violation, we're still having flavored tobacco products, then therefore this convenience store cannot be trusted to follow other age restricted types of rules. But as I've pointed out, that one violation should not define our whole history. We have a long history of successfully complying with far more complex regulations than just the alcohol, the alcohol types of compliances. So, okay, that's point number one. Point number two, that the convenience store is located too close to sensitive areas, specifically the Willows neighborhood and the VA hospital. So the only thing I'll point out here is that there's another store, the El Rancho Market, that's 400 feet away from us. They sell beer, wine, and others, like hard liquor as well. Also very close to the same neighborhood. So I don't think that it's fair to say that by granting us a beer and wine license, that somehow we're going to significantly cause the neighborhood to deteriorate. Okay. And then finally, just want to talk a little bit about the impact on the business. During COVID times, our sales have decreased significantly by at least half. But in spite of that, we have successfully continued to employ 5 workers. So we've done that. It's been challenging. Gas stations are a very low margin business. Our sales have dropped by half. Our costs are the same. And we've done our market research. We have over 100 of our customers who have said they would love it if we would sell beer and wine on the premises. So we know that our sales would increase significantly. We also know that it would be a great convenience to our customers. So it's a win-win. So it would seriously, we would appreciate the opportunity to earn some extra income this way, especially since our customers are asking for it. So we would appreciate it. Our employees would also appreciate it. Okay. And finally, I'll say, if you want to impose some additional restrictions on this license, we would be happy, we would be up for the challenge to comply with those restrictions. So that's just another factor to consider here. I think that's all I would say here, but let me just check in with my mom. Did I miss anything, Mom, or did you?
No, you did it very good.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time. I know you guys have very important topics to discuss. We were eavesdropping a little bit on some of these things, and it's late. So I appreciate you taking the time to talk about our gas station.
Thank you for the presentation, and I would agree with your mom. It was a very good presentation. With that, I think I'll move on to Mr. Smith again to make a presentation now.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I will share my screen again. So the appellant shared a map previously, and I'm sharing a different version of the map so you can see that the business location is here at 710 Willow Road on the corner of Willow and O'Keefe, and it is in the C4 zoning district, which is a commercial zoning district. You can see that that stretches down Willow Road for a portion of it. This is an existing gas station that's been, that has 8 fueling stations and a 1,000 square foot snack shop as part of the business operations. Across Willow Road is the VA Medical Center property. And then beyond that, in the Willows neighborhood on the other side of Willow Road is predominantly single family residences, as well as some multifamily zoned parcels. And then there are also some additional educational institutions in the vicinity as well. So the full responses from staff are included in the staff report on pages H2.4 through H2.6. But in summary, just responding to the appellant's original letter, the request is exempt from CEQA environmental review, but that does not mean that the required findings for a use permit from the municipal code would be exempted for this project. And there are already 3 existing ABC licenses in the census tract, and the project site is close to the sensitive land uses, as I had just mentioned. Because of the existing number of ABC licenses in the census tract, ABC does require that the city make a finding of public convenience or necessity in order for the license to be granted. Regardless of compliance with the e-cigarette and flavored tobacco regulations that the appellant mentioned, the sale of beer and wine is regulated by ABC licensing and the use permit process through the city. And despite convenience to customers, nearby residents could be impacted. The request is for an off-site ABC license. So people could purchase alcoholic beverages at the convenience store and then take them to be consumed elsewhere. So they do have a number of on-site controls that they have in place, but that's not necessarily sufficient to manage any off-site impacts from this use. So as I mentioned, ABC requires the city to make a finding of public convenience or necessity in order to grant the license. And the Planning Commission found, and staff agrees, that the project site is close to sensitive land uses, as I mentioned, residential, medical, and educational uses within close proximity. The sale of beer and wine and 24-hour operations may lead to noise, light, litter, traffic, and other issues that were expressed in the items of correspondence that were submitted to the city from neighbors and local residents. And the Planning Commission determined that it could not make the finding of public convenience or necessity, given that alcohol is already sold at other locations nearby. As the appellant mentioned, the El Rancho Market, about 400 feet away, does already sell alcohol. And there were 14 items of correspondence received from neighbors that were opposed to the request. So the city staff recommendation and Planning Commission's recommendation would be to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission actions. And there's a resolution as an attachment to the staff report to deny the use permit for sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption and deny the use permit to operate the service station convenience store 24 hours a day. So with that, returning to the recommended meeting format, I mentioned earlier, we are now at a point where if the appellant wishes to follow up with any rebuttal, I would turn it over to the mayor to let them proceed with that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there a desire for a rebuttal to Mr. Smith?
I'll just say one thing about this. If I'm hearing the objections correctly, one point is that, okay, it's not really adding anything new in terms of public utility because there are already 3 locations nearby that are selling liquor. But then there's another objection, which is, okay, if we start doing this, it could significantly cause the neighborhood to deteriorate. It just seems like both of these kind of contradict each other. So if you're like, can you really make both allegations against us? Because I would say maybe pick one, because if you're going to say that it's not really changing anything.
Let me, this is Aparna Saha.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So let me add something. The allegation they are bringing by as Mr. Tom Smith says, there will be littering and noise and all those other things. Those are not true, because we just had another planning commission hearing in the exactly same language is brought those allegations and exactly same people, but that time we have proved them that allegations were not right. They are saying they found beer can in their driveway, but at that point we were, as of now, we are not selling beer. So if somebody throw the beer can in their driveway, that did not come from us. Another complaint was that person came with some evidences of candies or something, or the drinks. Those were, I told him, these, you check it out, we don't sell those things. Another person came with, it's a lots of noise. I can show you the video 24/7. Our complex looks very quiet. So for 24 hours operation, that's okay. We will think about it. We don't need that 24 hours operation, but we like to have the type 20 beer and wine license, because that's really going to help us to get our financial hardship. So if you can look into that and consider that, and we can show you some of our site pictures at midnight or after midnight, there is hardly any traffic on Willow Road. So this kind of allegation, I really don't think it's true. If you want, I can show you that, share the screen.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you very much. With that, let's City Clerk, let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back for any clarifying questions.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H2, which is consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a use permit for the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption every day from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. and the following day, and for 24-hour operations of an existing service station and associated convenience store at 710 Willow Road, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Trisha Barr.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Trisha Barr, and can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm a longtime Menlo Park resident living in the Willows, and I'm a parent of 3 kids. I'm also now the volunteer co-chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition, but I'm not calling in that capacity. Today, I went to 710 Willow Road and I bought a vape pen. Yes, a vape pen, an e-cigarette, which our city has prohibited the sale of. Last year, as you know, and as Ms. Aparna's son mentioned, our city did adopt and implement an ordinance. And I was one of the people who went by and educated the people present on the ordinance and gave them some information about where to go for more, about which products could or couldn't be sold, and where to go for more information from the county or from the city. And a lot of that is in the URL that Ms. Aparna's son shared at www.menlopark.org/tobacco. In the letter itself that he showed says that electronic cigarettes can't be sold. The staff report also says that the applicant indicates that the convenience store cash register presently has software programmed to restrict the sale of tobacco without scanning the date of birth from a purchaser's identity document. And I'm well over 21, but if that program is restricted to not allow sales without entering a date of birth, it seems they should have asked me, and they didn't ask me today. So if they're bypassing it for me, do they bypass it for others? If this retailer continually ignores these city ordinances, why would we ever consider letting them sell alcohol, let alone alcohol and being open overnight? This doesn't serve a local need, so please do not approve of this request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brian Gilmer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
thank you.
So I live across the street from this property, and sorry to say that the information you were given by the person appealing the permit is not actually correct. I, for one, do find trash in my yard on a regular basis. Some of it being receipts from the gas station itself, most of it being candy wrappers, cigarette wrappers, other things that people have just discarded when walking away. So trash is a concern, but my main concern is we've had a lot of issues in the past with noise, people getting very loud at the gas station at 11 o'clock at night. And we've had crime there. We've had an armed robbery recently. The police come by and ask me for video because I have cameras on the front of my house. And they've come by for an armed robbery that happened. They've come by for an assault that happened where the cars took off going down O'Keefe Street. It tends to attract problems. If they're allowed to remain open 24 hours a day, I am only more concerned that those problems will be worse in the early hours of the morning. And we don't need that in the neighborhood. This neighborhood has had its issues in the past, and we've gone to a lot of effort to make it a very nice neighborhood. Many families with children have moved in. Just within 500 feet of the gas station, there are several children aged from newborns all the way up to teenagers that weren't here 10 years ago. I mean, the neighborhood didn't have kids, and we've done a lot to make it a family-friendly neighborhood, and we would really like to keep it that way. I would also like to point out that when they originally applied to add the convenience store, to expand it, I talked to the owner and I discussed a lot of my concerns, which were trash. And they said that they put up additional trash cans and signage. I've never seen those in place. And I also discussed delivery trucks, which had been a problem. And I was told that they had location to make deliveries. Unfortunately, the delivery trucks block O'Keefe Street and create hazardous situation for drivers. And I'm afraid that if they're allowed to remain open 24 hours a day, that's just going to get worse. So even the appellate admitted that they're not bringing any new convenience to the neighborhood, which is a requirement given that there's already 3 locations that sell off-premise consumption of alcohol. So given that they've admitted to that, I see no reason why you should change the decision of the Planning Commission. I encourage you to vote to not let them stay open 24 hours a day or sell alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Jeffrey Chen.
Hello, good evening. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Hi, good evening, City Council members. Thank you for your time and hard work. I'm writing on behalf of the residents of 403 through 503 O'Keefe Street and 715 Regal. It's composed of 9 households and 14 people, so we're very familiar with the area and the property that is in question. We believe it's against the public interest that alcohol can be sold at this business establishment because of all the reasons that have been cited above, but also I wanted to highlight the increased risk of DUI-related accidents and public disturbance inside and outside of Menlo Park's city boundaries. You know, the gas station's location is 2 blocks away from the US 101 freeway on-ramp and 1 block away from 2 school campuses. And because it's located on the corner of O'Keefe Street, it is the main entry point into the Willows neighborhood. And so allowing the sale of alcohol will increase the likelihood of DUI incidents on the freeway and disturbances near and around the Willows neighborhood. Now, the context of this is really important. The patrons of the businesses are very likely to be drivers. So since the business is the closest gas station to the US 101, patrons who buy alcohol from the gas station are either on their way to the freeway or through the rest of the Menlo Park city boundaries. Patrons are not likely purchasing alcohol from a gas station convenience store for a planned meal or event. They would buy alcohol from immediate consumption, just like they would if they had bought a soda or a bag of chips. And then additionally, allowing the sale of alcohol 24 hours a day introduces a real possibility of a DUI incident, especially in the middle of the night. The National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration observes that the number of fatal crashes involving an alcohol impaired driver is the highest between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. over the course of the day. So it is irresponsible for the community to permit the business to sell alcohol and extend the business hours to 24 hours a day when the risks are known. The business may benefit from increased revenues, but the city, the community, the people bear the burden. Will the business be held responsible for the lives lost or the property damage from patrons driving under the influence from alcohol purchased from this gas station? Will the city ensure that the patrons don't consume their alcoholic purchases while they drive in and out of city limits? We, the city of Menlo Park, should not be enablers of risky, irresponsible behavior. We approve the recommendation from the city staff that we must not grant the license to sell alcohol and extend the hours of operation to 24 hours a day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Rebecca O'Brien.
Hi, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. I think I'm going to end up mainly reiterating what everyone else has said. I live 4 doors down from the gas station across the road from Brian, and would definitely like to second everything he has said about trash and noise. I have a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old, and both of their bedrooms face onto O'Keefe Street. And they've certainly been woken in the night by noise coming from the gas station, by the flashing sirens and flashing lights from police cars addressing various disturbances at the gas station. And I can only imagine that that would just get worse if the station were to be allowed to remain open throughout the night. I'm actually pretty shocked at Trish's disclosure today that they sold e-cigarettes to her without checking any ID. As I've mentioned, I have 2 teenagers, and having a gas station that, despite a warning last year, which may have been a major part of their requests being denied, that they are still selling these products without the required checks. So, you know, I think it lends us to believe that they, as a community partner, cannot be trusted. Another thing I guess to point out is last year when they mentioned that lots of people were in support, these mysterious people who are in support of them opening up, I went and actually checked all the names, and the vast majority of those people lived on the East Bay in Fremont. So those folks do, you know, they're not residents that would have to deal with the consequences. So, you know, we can go to Yelp and check those 91 people, but, you know, I feel they've used underhand tactics in the past, and really do not feel they partner with the community. But mainly the bottom line is there is no need. And if the mark is that there has to be a need for this added service, I don't think they meet that benchmark. And I, you know, second everything else everyone else has said, but I'm, you know, adamantly opposed, and would really hope that everyone in the council would also oppose this extension of their license.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Karina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, thank you, City Council, for hearing me out. My name is Karina Steib. I'm a resident in the Willows neighborhood, and I also have a son in the neighborhood. I live about a block away from the gas station, so I do have my observations. I did first want to express my support of the staffing report recommendation and ask that the City Council to please deny the appeal. My reasons are numerous based on what I heard in my personal observations. I do believe there will be an increase in crime, increase in loitering and littering, increase in noise due to increase of traffic coming from nearby neighborhoods. Over the 90% of the supporters of the appeal are residents of East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park, University Avenue, East Bay, such as Fremont, as the other caller mentioned. All these are outside our neighborhood. Again, I also agree that we don't need another store to sell alcohol. I also have concerns whether the company will be in compliance with the alcohol regulations and not selling it to minors. my confidence is very low based on their what I've heard in history. Also, I understand that they're trying to create a profit, and things are hard. So I completely understand that. But the impact to the community is significant. So if I just took the time between midnight and 6 a.m. for them to sell something, just back of the envelope calculation estimates, we're going to have at least 7,200 customers on foot, bike, or cars who travel at midnight hours through the sleepy neighborhood of Willows. And how did I come up with that? With some basic assumptions. So looking at additional cost of a clerk would be at least $90. Let's just minimum. Let's do that. No other expenses. If they charge $12 for a 6-pack of beer, Safeway has it for about $10. I expect they would need to sell at least 26 packs of beer per night. Hence, traffic would need to increase by 20 customers per night. Hence, 600 customers per month, 7,200 customers annually for a minimal profit. The additional traffic, will, again, I think is substantial and will cause likely drunken people to be walking in the Willows if they're walking, and potentially drunk drivers going through our neighborhood. So I do ask that the council please deny the appeal. Would like to keep the neighborhood safe. I've heard many years ago there was a sale similar to the gas station sold alcohols around those premises, and it was they did have people loitering, did have people walking with alcohol. So I'm not saying that would happen, but that is my fear that will happen, and I like to keep the neighborhood safe as possible. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item H2. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, given the hour, can we do by acclamation an extension of this meeting past 11 p.m.?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. And with that, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right. Thank you, City Clerk Heron. With that, I'll bring it back to the virtual dais to see if there are any clarifying questions for Mr. Smith. Or does anyone want to make a comment or give some sense of what they're thinking or make a motion? Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you to the appellant and to the community members who spoke. To the appellant, I believe that one mistake shouldn't define who we are, and I also am sympathetic to sales being down due to COVID. But given the information we've heard tonight and the information from the staff report, particularly related to whether this is a public convenience and necessity, and I believe with the hours, whether the interest of the residents and the peaceful and quiet enjoyment outweigh the interest of the business seeking the permit. I am not in favor of this appeal, and I would move to deny the appeal, both grounds.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. And so just to be clear, that's the 24-hour operation and the sale of beer and wine. So there's a motion on the table. I'll second the motion and offer, but still obviously provide opportunity for Vice Mayor Nash and Councilmember Taylor to comment after I speak. Again, I'm supportive of adopting the resolution as outlined by staff, which denies the applicant's appeal. As I see it, the standard is, as has been expressed, in which the applicant didn't rebut in any substantial way that if the benchmark or the standard is public convenience and necessity, I just don't see where, even if I'm not going to even get to the issue of the possible negative impacts of the gas station now, are the possible impacts, negative impacts of selling beer and wine, or having 24 operations. If the standard is that public convenience and necessity, I don't see how that's being met, or that has been met. And so in that way, I would second the motion. But happy to hear from others on the council, or not. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I had a question for Mr. Smith, and that is there a city ordinance that's specific to gas stations? I know there are other gas stations in Menlo Park that do have a license. So I just wanted to ask if there's a policy that's pertaining to gas stations, or is there one blanket rule across the city regarding alcohol sales?
There is not a blanket rule or any sort of requirement citywide relating to gas stations. To my knowledge, there's one gas station in the city that does have an ABC license, and that's the Chevron station at 1200 El Camino Real. But I think the context of that property is quite a bit different, and they did get that permit back in 2019. But other than that, I'm not aware of other gas stations in the city that allow it.
Thank you. And a follow-up question is, what are their hours? Is it daytime that they're allowed to sell it? Is it 6? I don't remember the applicant wanting 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Right. It's starting from 6 a.m. until 2 a.m. the following day is when they would be allowed to sell alcohol. And then essentially between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., no alcohol can be sold.
And that approval happens at the planning commission level or at the city level, city staff level?
For the, I'm sorry, for the hours?
No, for the license.
For the license. So the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control requires a use permit, or the city requires a use permit. And so ABC asks us for that. And we take the cases to the planning commission for those hearings, typically.
And is the renewal every year or every 2 years?
I am not certain about how often ABC licenses need to be renewed. I don't know off the top of my head that question, but from the city approval, once the use permit is granted, unless there's a condition around it that requires them to come back for a follow-up hearing, then it's indefinite.
Thank you. The Mayor Combs, if you don't mind, I just wanted to follow up with my, the reason I'd asked those questions. I have a real problem with gas stations selling alcohol. I just don't believe cars and alcohol mix on any level. And so it wouldn't be a question of whether people complained about it or not. I would still not be in support of the permit. And as far as the hours of operation, I'm not sure if extending your hours would actually change for you financially, and it really isn't up to me to decide. But I am concerned about anything being open 24 hours that is close to a residential area. If there was I don't know if it would be different if this was a pharmacy, a CVS, or a Walgreens and not a gas station, if that would be different. But I'm not in support of giving a permit for increased hours or for alcohol sales. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. And just to follow up, Mr. Smith, on Councilmember Taylor's line of questioning. So with regards to the Chevron station on El Camino, that permit request, I'm assuming, went to the Planning Commission, was approved, and then no one sort of challenged that approval. And so that's how it went into effect.
Right. The Planning Commission granted it and it was not appealed.
Okay. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I just want to say that I really appreciate the difficulty of running a small business, especially during COVID. But I agree with all the comments that have been made and also support the comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, City Clerk Karen, you can take the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by Mayor Combs to adopt resolution number 6658, making the necessary findings and denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's denial of a use permit request to allow the sale of beer and wine at an existing service station convenience store for off-premises consumption every day from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. the following day, and to operate the service station and convenience store 24 hours a day. Any further City Council question or discussions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes with City Council Member Mueller absent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So my sense is that at this point we go back to the consent calendar. So the items G1 through G5, and Councilmember Taylor had asked that G1 and G2 be removed, and so then the consent calendar would just consist of G3, G4, and G5. So let's City Clerk Karen call for public comment on the consent calendar, and then we'll come back to the dais and see if there's a motion on G3 through G5, and then sort of get to G1 and G2. But the public comment can be on all of the items currently, right?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar items, G1, City Council meeting minutes, G2, adoption of resolution 6654, approving the funding agreement with Viscous Properties for the construction of raised median islands on Chilco Street and authorizing the city manager to execute the funding agreement. G3, adopt resolution number 6655, approving the funding agreement with 1540 El Camino Real developer for median landscaping improvements along El Camino Real between Glenwood Avenue and Encinal Avenue, and authorizing the city manager to execute the funding agreement. G4, adopt resolution number 6656, approving the ABC grant. G5, adopt resolution 6657, approving agreement with Turbo Data Systems for citation processing and payment and adjudication services. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. So this will be the final call for public comment on items G1 through G5. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So I'll make a motion that we approve items G3, G4, and G5. Vice Mayor Nash is a second. Okay. City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And can you just repeat the agenda, the consent calendar items we're passing right now?
G3, G4, and G5.
Thank you so much. I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to approve consent calendar items G3, G4, and G5. Any further City Council question or discussions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Mueller absent. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And now remind me, Councilmember Taylor, G1, you wanted to pull because you weren't at one of those meetings, or?
Yes, the July 20th meeting.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion to approve G1. Is there a second? Okay. Either take your pick, City Clerk Karen.
I saw Vice Mayor Nash hand first. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to accept the City Council meeting minutes for July 20th, 29th, and August 16th and 17th. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none by roll. Oh, yes.
Forgive me for interrupting. So because I wasn't here for that meeting, do I abstain?
I think you can abstain from the approval of the July 20. Was that the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Unless City Attorney Doherty cannot. Oh, agree. Okay.
I agree.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just, the motion will be to accept the City Council meeting minutes for July 20th, 29th, and August 16th, and August 17th. And City Council Member Taylor, was that an aye vote with abstaining from the July 20th?
Yes.
Thank you. City Council Member Williston?
Yes.
Or Vice Mayor Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Combs?
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor abstaining from the July 20th meeting minutes and City Council Member Mueller absent. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Okay, with that, then we'll get to G2 and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. At this time, I wanted to pull this agenda item because there needs to be a little bit more outreach. This was pertaining to a street closure for about 2 weeks over on Chilco, and not enough of the community members are aware of it. I have a meeting scheduled, at least I believe so, a tentative meeting with Ms. Nagaya to talk through this a little bit further. So I'm actually hoping that we can move this to a later meeting with the support of my colleagues, of course.
Are you, I'm sorry, are you, was Ms. Nagaya going to come on, or were you just looking for us to chime in on the City Council?
Looking for you to chime in.
Yeah, well, I'm supportive of it being moved. Yeah, so okay, and there's just so I'm clear, staff is just staff want to weigh in. Okay, Ms. Nagaya.
Good evening, council members. Nikki Nagaya, Public Works.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Nagaya. I actually need to be recused from this item. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice. So I take back my support of moving this item, and I will go off screen and turn it over to Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, council members, Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director. So yes, Council Member Taylor, thank you for the questions. We do have a tentative meeting scheduled for Friday morning, and we can then continue this item to a future meeting until we can work through some of the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anything that we need to do at this point? City Clerk Heron?
As long as the majority of our seated City Council members are okay with continuing it, that's fine for staff.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm back in, and just to be clear, I should have said this before I left, but I had to recuse myself because I'm employed at Facebook, and Facebook is involved with that project. Sorry, I didn't announce that before I left, but I made up for it, City Attorney Doherty. Okay, with that, I think we now go to informational items. Was there anything that so let's call for public comment on the informational items.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on any of our informational items, J1, City Council agenda topics, J2, which is request for information on the former redevelopment agency, also known as the Community Development Agency, J3, update on housing element update, community engagement and outreach efforts, J4, recreation scholarship pilot program update. Please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. So this will be the final call for public comment on items J1 through J4. And our first speaker will be Ken Chan.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Hello, members of the Menlo Park City Council. First and foremost, thanks for staying up late with us on a work night. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes in San Mateo County. I'm here to speak to item J3, just for some context. So on behalf of HLC, I'd first like to extend our appreciation to the City of Menlo Park and its staff for the work that has been done so far on the housing element. However, as mentioned at the Housing Commission meeting on August 4th, in reviewing the materials and information available so far, it isn't clear how the city will encourage and receive participation from our community members who have historically been excluded. We highlighted 3 main strategies that the city must take to meet the minimum standard that the state of California requires in the housing plan. The first is making all information around the housing element process available in multiple languages. City staff should meet with local community groups who represent people that need housing. Specifically, staff or consultants that need to meet with these groups and not just invite them to existing meetings and hear about their unique needs for housing. These needs must be documented and included in your needs analysis. Skipping this step will cost the city additional time and money and put the council in an impossible position. Additionally, we are concerned about the resignation of Menlo Park's housing specialist. Hiring a qualified and experienced housing specialist to guide the city through this critical process is essential. We hope members will encourage the city to move swiftly to refill this post. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further public comment on our informational items? Our next speaker will be Pam Jones.
Yes, good evening. Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park. I have a question on the RDA, and I really appreciate the report and the sequencing. That was very helpful, as well as being referred to various other documents. I had been looking at the RDA for some time for some other reasons, but I noticed here that one of the documents it's the one for January 31st, 2018. It's 18001-OB, and this is it made some kind of motion that allowed the payment schedule. I guess it went to the county, but it started from July 1st, 2018 to July 31st, 2029. And there apparently, I think there was a resolution, but I looked for it in minutes and couldn't find it. I guess I can go back again. But anyway, I wanted to know how that worked. Did that just give up the power of the city for that 10-year process? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I see no further hands raised. So Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. And I'll just ask someone from staff to follow up async with Ms. Jones regarding her public comment. I don't have the answer to that, but hopefully someone at staff, and I'm sure you have her contact information, can follow up. Or does someone want to follow up now? Mr. Figueros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for not being on camera. My current situation doesn't really afford for that, given the late hour. But at any rate, Ms. Jones, I will definitely follow up with you on your question. Just very briefly for the City Council, the state is quite prescriptive on the dissolution of redevelopment agencies, and I would like to understand Ms. Jones' underlying question, but effectively, if we're looking at it from losing control perspective, the city lost and all our RD agencies lost a considerable amount of discretion with the dissolution, and so the answer is yes. We're limited to making the debt service payments that are specified in the staff report. And again, Ms. Jones, I will reach out to you directly to discuss this further. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Pegueras. All right, with that, I think we'll move on to city manager's report. Mr. Robinson, do you have any report to share with the council?
I do not have any further reports tonight. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Then we'll move on to council member reports, and I'll kick it off. I'll report that earlier today, council member Mueller sent an email to me, city manager Jerome Robinson, and city attorney Doherty, asking that we agendize an ask on his part to instruct the city attorney to draft an ordinance prohibiting the use of parklands for any other usages. So housing, in any sort of development purposes, and as a setup for putting it on, putting it to a citywide referendum, permanently prohibiting park usages for anything other than park usages. So I have agreed to that request. When that gets agendized, I cannot say at the moment, given how much we have coming at us. But yeah, I think historically the council policy has been, if two members ask for something to be agendized, then it is generally agendized. It is my understanding, nonetheless, the discretion of the mayor. My practice has been that if anyone wants something to be agendized, whether for open session or closed session, that I have made an effort to agendize it and have not required a sort of a two council member to be supportive of this. So my understanding is that this is a request solely from Councilmember Mueller, but if that is correct, and if someone else is a part of that request, please feel free to let me know. And again, the plan is to agendize it at some point in the future. I think that the Councilmember Mueller needs to flesh out with the city attorney just how we want to structure the council approaching this. But again, wanted to give you guys the heads up on that. Does anyone else have a report? And probably any additional questions should be directed to the city attorney on that issue. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Vice Mayor Nash, are we going to report out on the same thing? Okay. So I am reporting out. Recently, Vice Mayor Nash and myself, we are on the Menlo Park Community Campus Subcommittee, and there's been a discussion around interim services. And Vice Mayor Nash, you're going to have to finish my sentence here, because I am not looking at my notes. Essentially, we went and visited a facility in Menlo Park, just looking at what other opportunities there are to provide services, interim services for the city. And then also thinking about the extreme heat and then the air quality as well. And Vice Mayor Nash, I don't know what else I am supposed to report out.
Actually, I would love the help of City Manager Jerome Robinson as to exactly what we should be doing next. Essentially, we would like this to come back to City Council, and I'm not sure how we should.
So if I understand the subcommittee's intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is that the council has previously directed us to hold the interim senior services at the Arriaga Recreation Center. And Vice Mayor Nash and Councilmember Taylor are requesting that staff reach out and work with the Boys and Girls Club to relocate senior services from the Arriaga Center to the Boys and Girls Club. So please, both of you correct me if I've misstated it.
I'm just waiting to see if Councilmember Taylor has anything to say. Or, okay, so basically there's some, the kitchen situation has changed at the Arriaga Center, which means that there's more comparable situation at the Boys and Girls Club, as well as we toured the facility, and it was a it's a very interesting option that we wanted to bring to council. And my understanding is that the staff needs to have the council's, since the council already provided direction at the Arriaga Center, we need to go back to council to actually get direction to make any changes.
So if I may, I think, I mean, there are a lot of moving parts in the transitional services and the MPCC, but I think the change in the Arriaga Recreation Center would be that we would be able to improve the kitchen to allow for meal preparation at the Arriaga Recreation Center more quickly than we originally anticipated. But that if we relocate to the Boys and Girls Center, then it would be a continuation of the delivered meals and not the prepared meals.
Thank you. And no construction has yet taken place at the Arriaga Center, so we would, okay.
Right, but I think that, and it's fluid, so this could change again, but at this point, we don't think that actual construction will be necessary.
Oh, okay.
Construction necessary at the Boys and Girls Club or at the Arriaga Center?
At the Arriaga Center. So originally we had anticipated that we would have to go out for design services followed by construction, but more recently, we've been working with the county health department to identify exactly what improvements would be needed, because the upgrades to the ARC kitchen would be solely for the purposes of upgrading to the commercial quality kitchen for the purposes of preparing the senior lunches. And otherwise, we have not previously needed it to be a commercial quality kitchen. And we will have commercial quality kitchens at the new MPCC. So we didn't think it was necessary to upgrade it at the Menlo Park campus, at the Burgess campus.
And so if there's a transition to the Boys and Girls Club,
then we would not make the improvements at the ARC. We would just, because it would not be prepared lunches, it would be delivered lunches.
at the Boys and Girls Club, would there be an effort to upgrade the kitchen at the Boys and Girls Club, or no?
Not,
So
not under the current proposal.
And so it would just stay prepared for the entirety of this this time and before the MCC is completed.
Right. I think it would be just to make available services in the neighborhood instead of at the Burgess campus.
And I think we still need to get some input from the seniors as well, rather than just make the decision. But we wanted to make sure that we're sort of getting all the moving pieces in line so that we can have that choice.
And so then the next steps is that what you get that input before this comes to council, or would the next step is that it comes to council and then you go and get the input from the seniors?
Well, I think, perfect. Councilmember Taylor.
Definitely, Mayor Combs, definitely get the input from the seniors.
Okay, before coming back to council?
Before coming to council, yes.
Okay. And so but you guys don't need any direction here to come, you're going to get that and then come back, right?
Yes. And what
Okay.
we were so that we stay in line, we were trying to make sure that we report out I just,
Okay. Yeah, totally fair. Yeah, this is a report, Alice. Like, okay. So, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thanks. Just reporting out from the PCE meeting last week, and you've already heard about the onboard financing, which was a pretty big deal to get that going. $1 million to be available for 0% zero down financing. And then the other thing that I wanted to report out is there was approval of an expanded pilot of the school district energy sustainability dashboards. And 2 of our schools are actually, well, one's definitely involved. The Ravenswood City School District is involved in that program. And there's also an effort to, the Menlo Park City School District has also stepped up and is in an alternate position and may be able to also join that activity. But certainly the Ravenswood City School District is already involved. And there's only, there's 3 Ravenswood is one of 3 districts in San Mateo County to get this opportunity. And then they have 2 other that may be able to get it, and Menlo Park City School District is one of them.
Cool, thanks for that update, Vice Mayor Nash. Any other council reports? Okay. Well, with that, I think City Clerk Karen, correct me, because like I said, I'm not working from my notes. I think I can adjourn, but let me know if I've.
Yes,
I think there's been a lot of not working from notes tonight that I've heard. Anyway, well, thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thanks everyone who participated, and I will officially adjourn the meeting.